think I might as well start. Hello, everyone. Hi. Evening. Welcome to the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Dave Poyser. I'm going to be chairing the meeting of the Planning Committee this evening. This evening's meeting is being convened for the Planning Committee to consider the application for the redevelopment of the former Holloway prison site on Parkhurst Road. Due to the importance of the site and the level of public interest in the proposals, we're holding the meeting here in the Assembly Hall to maximise opportunities for members of the public to attend. Attendance is limited, I'm afraid, by the requirement to ensure COVID safety and facilitate social distancing. The Council's view is that the COVID-19 pandemic isn't over. Deaths, hospitalisations, infection rates are still high. I was at a funeral this afternoon, the COVID victim in her 50s. The Council's paramount concern is for health and safety, and it is right that the Council takes its responsibilities towards us all very seriously. However, although we've done what we can to maximise attendance by members of the public, this is still a formal meeting of the Planning Committee that is being held in public. It's not a public meeting. It's very important the members of the committee can hear the submissions made by the applicant, the objectors, and the presentation by the planning officers. We understand that there's some strong feelings about these proposals, but we'd ask you not to disrupt the meeting. Thanks. If there's so much disruption that the meeting can't continue, we'll adjourn the meeting, I'm afraid. At that stage, we'd either have to exclude the public and continue the meeting in private, or adjourn the meeting to a future date. Before we proceed with the agenda items, there's some housekeeping issues to attend to. Would all attendees please be aware that this meeting is being webcast live to enable those who can't attend in person to follow the proceedings. In the event of the emergency or the fire alarm sounding, the emergency exits are at the front and rear of the hall, and there's, you can see it there, illuminated signage. The assembly point in the event of an alarm is just by the Shell petrol garage on the corner of Upper Street and Florence Street. Please don't use the emergency exits unless the alarm sounds. The main exit otherwise is through the foyer you use to enter the building. If you require assistance for any reason during the meeting, the security staff will be able to assist. Before we begin, I'd like to explain this is likely to be a long meeting this evening. The Council's Constitution, Procedure Rule 51, states that committee meetings should end by 10:30. However, for planning matters, the meeting may continue at the Chair's discretion. To that end, I have agreed to exercise my discretion to ensure that the meeting may continue past 10:30, if necessary, to ensure that this planning application can be heard in full this evening. Thank you. So I'm going to start by asking my fellow members and officers to introduce themselves. Shall we start on my far right?
I'm Councillor Paul Convery and I represent Caledonian Ward.
Councillor Angela Picknell, St Mary's Ward.
Councillor John Wolfe, Canonbury Ward. Councillor
Bashir Brahim, Highbury West Ward.
Nat Baker, Head of Development Management and Planning.
Elizabeth Reynolds, Principal Planner for the application.
Karen Sullivan, Director of Planning and Development.
Penny Parkinson, Legal Advisor.
Jenny Kay, Mildmay Ward.
Councillor Toby North, St Peter's Ward.
Jason Jackson, Holloway Ward.
Councillor Flora Williamson, Tollington Ward.
Councillor Nick Wayne, Canonbury Ward.
So we've received apologies for absence from Councillors Clark and Docker and Clute. I think there's no other apologies for absence. So Councillors Williamson, Kay and Wayne are substituting for Councillors Clark, Condocker and Clute. There's no other substitute members. Are there any declarations of interest? I can confirm the order of business is unchanged. Do the committee agree that the minutes of the Planning Committee on the 2nd of November are an accurate record of that meeting? Those of you with us, agreed? As I said earlier, there's only one item on business on the agenda, the application for the redevelopment of the former Holloway prison site. I'd like to remind everybody that present that this is not a public meeting, it's a meeting of the committee being held in public, and that all remarks should be addressed through me as chair. The first thing that happens will be that the item will be introduced by the planning officer. Committee members may then ask questions of the planning officer. Then objectors will be invited to speak, and I have a list of objectors who've agreed and certain times for various objectors. And then after that, the applicants will have a similar length of time to reply. The committee will then put any further questions to the planning officer, the objectors and the applicant, and then after that the committee will move on to deliberation. Usually only the committee members will speak during the deliberation stage, with appropriate legal or other advice. When the committee has finished its deliberations, I shall read out the officer recommendations and proceed to a vote. Once the vote's been taken, there can be no further discussion of the item. So, on to consideration of our main item of business, item B1, the former Holloway prison site, London N7 ONU. Liz Reynolds, you're the planning officer. I think I'm going to talk for about 30 minutes. Is that right? Thank you.
I will. My director, Karen Sullivan, will also join me in this presentation. She'll begin by providing an update.
Yes. Councillor Poyser, before we hand over to the case officer, I just want to briefly run through two updates to things that have happened since the report was published. The first update is that yesterday, on the 9th of February, an addendum report was published. Everyone who had made representations on the application were notified of the publication of the addenda report. The report includes an updated recommendation which reflects the fact that the application is referable to the Mayor of London. Further updates in the report include an update in relation to the fit-out costs of the Women's Building, and that point will be covered in the case officer's presentation. There are a number of corrections of errors and omissions within the report, and also a minor but important update to the conclusions of the BPS viability appraisal. And again, we will deal with that point in the main body of the presentation. Finally, the conditions that would be attached to the permission have been updated to reflect further negotiations with the applicant that have continued since the committee report was published. The second update relates to further representations that were received on the report. So since the report was republished, there has been a further 110 representations on the application, bringing the total number of unique respondents on the proposal to 195. The issues raised in the additional representations are consistent with those summarised and addressed in the committee report, and no substantial new issues have been raised by objectors. However, there is one exception to that. A number of the later representations that were received principally today and yesterday requested amendments to a number of the conditions and obligations. Those have been considered by planning officers, and we consider that the matters that are raised through those conditions are already covered by the existing conditions and obligations, or are not something that can be lawfully secured by condition. The final update is that we also had a late representation from Islington CCG, who have made a request for a financial contribution.
Sorry, can you say who CCG are?
They are... Right, okay, thank you. The clinical commissioning group, effectively, the NHS. And they have asked for a financial contribution towards the provision of improved GP services in the vicinity of the site. That request has been assessed by planning officers using the standardised methodology that is used to assess the need for additional GP places as a result of development. And it was found that the need for a contribution to those services is not needed according to that methodology. However, we have sort of continued our negotiations with the CCG to establish whether, if additional GP facilities are needed once the development is built and open, then they could approach the council for SIL in order to fund those facilities. One final update. I think the members of the committee all have copies of a series of papers which have been submitted by the objectors and which they will refer to when they come to make their representations to the committee. I'll now hand over to the case officer.
For about the next 20 minutes, I'll briefly explain the site context, development proposal, key planning considerations and topics of objection. This is a summary of the committee report. Many of you are familiar with the site context, so I will not dwell on it, other than to say that the primary frontage of the site is to Camden Parkhurst Road. It is then surrounded by a series of residential housing estates. Number 2 in purple to the northeast here is known as the Holloway Estate.
Liz, can everybody hear clearly? Yeah? Yeah, can you all hear clearly? Yeah, cool. Sorry, Karen, sorry.
That's fine. Number 1 to the northwest in blue is known as the Bakersfield Estate, but it is the freehold is owned by Peabody. The green area curving around to the northwest here is known as the Pendron and Trecastle Way estates. This is partly owned by London Borough of Islington and partly privately owned. And on this side, number 3 with the green is the Dalmeny Avenue estate, which is owned by the London Borough of Islington. We also have, you may recognise the service station here, and the church and the Islington Arts Centre as well.
Some people still couldn't hear, sorry, so we just...
Apologies. To provide a brief overview of the proposal, the first phase, essentially a phase 0, would begin with demolition of the existing buildings and preparation of the site. None of the existing buildings on the site are to be retained, none of them are listed, and none are considered suitable for reuse. There will then be a 3-phase construction to build out 985 homes, of which 60% would be affordable. A women's building, which we'll discuss later, but would measure 1,489 square metres internal floor area. There would also be commercial floor space within use class E of the planning use classes. And this is spread across 5 units of the total 1,822 square metres. There will then be 2 large public parks, one in the centre of the site measuring over 6,000 square metres and a smaller one between the Bakersfield estate and the rear of blocks A1 and A2, which is focused more on food growing. All in all, there are 15 buildings of up to 14 stories in height and associated works for transport, access and landscaping, and I'll talk about those shortly. As explained, the site has vehicular access on its frontage to Camden and Parkhurst Road. This will remain the point of access and egress at this point of the site, if you can see my cursor, and at the bottom there. There will be no additional vehicular access. Shown in purple is a street that will run within the development to service the future homes, commercial and community uses. The image on the right is a rendered illustration of that street. It is taken from the perspective between blocks B and blocks A. This is a residential-led mixed-use development. In pink here, predominantly along the Camden Parkhurst Road frontage at the ground floor of Block B, but also 1 unit in Block C, the use class E units. So these are predominantly retail or other similar uses, and I'll explain them shortly. The women's building would be positioned in blocks C1 and C2 that are joined at ground floor level, also on the frontage. Then, within the base of block D1, D2, D3 is a resident facility, which I'll also explain in a moment. The housing itself is divided into 5 blocks. Within the blocks, there are individual buildings, and they work around the site A, B, C, which is 2 buildings joined at the base, D, which is 3 buildings joined at the base, and E, This particular building, where it says E, is E1. That is where the 60 extra care homes would go. Looking at the overarching numbers on housing with a focus on tenure and affordability. As mentioned, there are 985 homes in total, of which 60% would be considered affordable. Within the 60%, there is a 70-30 tenure split. That means that 70% of those affordable homes are social rent, and within that, that includes the 60 extra care units. There are also an additional 178 shared ownership homes, which would make up 30% of the 60%. Council officers at pre-application and application stage have reviewed the financial appraisal provided by the applicant, and the review of that financial appraisal undertaken by the Council's consultants BPS is appended to the original committee report. We believe that the housing to be provided overall, and particularly the affordable housing, will provide a substantial contribution to addressing the housing need within the borough. And there I've just provided a summary table of the types of units and the numbers of them. 2-bed units are needed within the borough, and that is also explained within the committee report. However, there will also be 3- and 4-bed homes. This diagram explains in an axonometric form where the different tenures are found across the site, how they are distributed, and also how they will be brought forward across the 3 primary construction phases. There is a mix of market, shared ownership, and social rent homes in each of the phases. One building, which is block B45, this is a single building but with 2 cores. That is block B6. That is a mix of shared ownership and market. So too block D1, which has a mix of shared ownership and market. Building A1, A2, which comprises 2 cores, is split between shared ownership and social rent. Looking at the other land uses across the site, I'll begin by discussing the women's building, and for this, I'll hand over to Karen.
Okay, thank you, Liz. Clearly, the women's building is a key element of the scheme. The building will be delivered in the first phase of the development, so subject to planning permission being granted in around 2026. The building is secured in perpetuity at a peppercorn rent, but will be subject to service charges and insurance. I think a key element of the building, which has been developed over several months, if not years, through extensive consultation and engagement with a wide range of women's organisations, is that the proposed internal layout is considered to be inherently flexible, so that it allows for a multiplicity of uses throughout the day and night. But the other key thing that I'd like to draw to the attention of the committee is that whilst we think there is a lot of merit in the current proposed layout, we have also, through the Section 106 agreement, secured the opportunity for a future operator to amend the internal layout of the building to accommodate the types and mixes of services that they wish to deliver. This slide shows a couple of images of the women's building. The first image is of the main entrance to the women's building, but the building also benefits from a number of other more private and discreet entrances, so that the people who are accessing the more sensitive uses will have greater levels of privacy and security. The second image shows the internal layout of the building, and I think it just really reinforces the, as I said before, the inherent flexibility of the building. In terms of it being able to be used at different points of the day, but also equally the ability of certain areas of the building to be closed off when more privacy and security is needed for service users. Just to reinforce that point, the building has been designed with the needs of two separate user groups in mind, and it's important to keep the needs of those two separate groups to the front of our minds in terms of the points that I'm going to make shortly. The first group is the provision of supports and rehabilitation services to women with experience of the criminal justice system. I think we hear very often about the incredible support services that were delivered to women who were incarcerated in the prison, and particularly support services within the local community. And clearly, with the closure of the prison, much of that community-based support has disappeared. But the building is not just simply about providing space for those types of services. There will also be a wider range of services and activities on offer to local women. And in that respect, the proposal for the building covers the best practice model of women's centres. As I said previously, the building therefore provides space to replace the community-based services that were lost when the prison closed. I think it's a really important point to perhaps underline is that it's impossible to provide a precise quantification of the, Liz, can you go back please? A precise quantification of the nature and extent of the community-based services. However, the objectors have put forward what is considered to be an incredibly useful document called the Holloway Women's Building Local Needs Analysis, and that provides a very detailed picture of the types of services that the prison previously provided within the community to women. And I think having sort of considered that report very carefully, we actually believe that given the inherent sort of flexibility and size and layout of the proposed women's building, there is adequate space within that building to accommodate both the services that were previously provided to women in the community by the prison, but also to provide the wider package of services and activities to women that I described previously. Some other key factors of the women's building is that I think objectors have been very clear that they want the rich sort of social history of the site as a women's prison to be commemorated. And we have secured that through two conditions, the first of which relates to securing a heritage plan, which will commemorate and celebrate the history of the site as a women's prison, and then secondly, a requirement that some of the cherry trees which are currently on the site would be translocated into the women's garden, which sits to the rear of the site. I think it's worth stating that objectors state that the building is too small and that it should be a standalone building. However, as set out in the report, there is no specific policy requirement for that. I think there are further objections that the building is not considered to be iconic, but both the design officer and the design review panel are supportive of the architectural and design approach of the building. Just really to finish up on this particular aspect of the proposal, as noted in the report, the recommendation states that as it currently stands at the moment, or as the report says, as the building currently stands at the moment, the applicants are proposing to deliver it to shell and core only, and that the applicants have further stated that it's not possible for them to fit out the building for viability reasons. The council believes that the fit out of the women's building is necessary to meet the relevant policies set out in the SPD, the London plan and the local plan. Therefore, the recommendation to the report states that Planning Permission should be granted subject to a 2.9 million contribution to the fit-out costs, and that is to be secured prior to Planning Permission being granted. I think also, as referenced in the addenda report, the Council is very keen to see the site come forward to deliver affordable housing, but also the Council wishes to secure the fit-out of the women's building. So the recommendation to approve is subject on that funding being secured, but that the Council is willing to consider whether it could contribute that 2.9 million in fit-out costs, although I would have to stress to the committee that that would be subject to a formal decision by the Council to do so. I think subject to all of the above, it's considered that the proposed women's building complies with the relevant planning policies.
Thanks. Looking now at non-specialist but more general community infrastructure, there are several benefits provided through the scheme, such as the public park and a residence facility at the base of Block D, which would be secured for use by all residents of the development, subject to agreement, management arrangements and booking charges that need to be dealt with through the Section 106 agreement. Space within that residence facility is also intended to be available free of charge at least 1 day per week to local residents, so existing neighbours or groups. There is a community engagement plan to be submitted to the Council, and if we look in broad terms, the scheme will attract a community infrastructure levy of £13,622,376.72 for Islington for local community infrastructure. And for Merrill Sill, over £3.285 million. We mentioned that there are use class E units in blocks B and C. Officers have sought conditions to recommended to limit the extent of retail and cafe uses, and also conditions to control opening hours to ensure amenity for future residents. Looking at the open space across the site, the areas on the screen shown in green represent new publicly accessible open spaces, with the central area being a public park with a destination play space, the triangular space at the rear of the site being more focused on raised garden beds for food planting, and then the final section here shown in green being a proposed pedestrian and cycle connection through to Trecastle Way leading on to Dalmeny Avenue. A new publicly accessible landscape space would also line the frontage, mediating between the commercial and community units and the street frontage. The other areas shown in pinkish reddish colour are the communal open spaces at ground floor level for future residents. Orange spaces are communal open spaces for residents at either terrace or rooftop level. In the case of blocks C1 and C2, because the women's building takes that space at ground floor level, large terraces are provided on the upper floors. The blue you can see represents the private balconies for the apartments. This taupey stone colour represents areas that will be publicly accessible and landscaped, but their primary function is for access and circulation. There will, however, be places to sit, play along the way. In terms of design, the scale, layout, massing, architectural design and the materials, of which there are samples just in front of the stage down here, are considered an appropriate response to the site conditions and the proposed quantum of development. Throughout the pre-application process, the scheme was presented to the design review panel 5 times. We believe that the main concerns were resolved, and the most recent advice from the DRP is provided at Appendix 4 of the committee report. The image shown here is a visualisation looking up Camden Parkhurst Road with the Holloway Estate in the foreground. block B6 in the brown brick, B5 behind it, and then stepping back to B4, C1, C2. In thinking about how height was distributed across the site, I think this graphic from the design and access statement is useful. It looks at neighbouring properties and how the heights of buildings around the edges of the site were pushed down to try and limit overlooking, which I'll touch on in a moment. Another consideration was this triangular shape here on the third graphic. That represents local views 4 and 5, which provide views to St Paul's Cathedral. Although the current proposal does include buildings that slightly intrude within the view corridor, none of them block views to St Paul's Cathedral. The height is primarily focused on the frontage of the site, furthest away from sensitive residential uses and where the primary road has the width to take some of the scale of the buildings. So, as stated, several of the buildings in the scheme exceed the Council's tall buildings policy. Normally you would not have buildings in this location or some others in the borough above 30 metres. So here in red we've highlighted where the buildings exceed 30 metres with residential floors, and also in green where an additional building infringes the 30 metres on the basis of the parapet and its elevator core as well. It is possible that when the solar panels, photovoltaics are placed on the roofs of some of the remaining buildings, that they may exceed the 30 metre limit, but it depends on the positioning of them. In thinking about the design, as mentioned, it's not just about how the tall buildings have been positioned on the site, it's how they've been designed. And we believe there's a visual richness that's achieved through the proposal. These are highly animated facades, and if we think about blocks C1 and C2, which I'll show you in a moment, there's a banding that helps address the scale of the building and minimise it in its form. There are a range of heights across the building, across the site, to create some variation, and overall we feel that this is a high quality architectural language, particularly with blocks C and D. This image here shows blocks C2 and C1 being the tallest. At the base of these buildings you'll have the women's building, which drops to a double high atrium space closest to the entrance. This building, block B5 and B4, is a single building with two cores, and then there is a gap before the height drops down to B6, before the height drops down again to the Holloway estate. We've talked about height in terms of its position on the site and its design. We now look at conservation. The site itself is not within a conservation area. There are no listed buildings on the site. It is, however, near to conservation areas and a listed building. Islington's conservation officer has found that those tall buildings I've just discussed would have a less than substantial harm on the setting of the Hillmartin conservation area, and the reasons for that are set out within the report. This is a harm that weighs against the scheme when we consider planning balance. Carrying on again, predominantly on the theme of scale of buildings, we want to look at neighbour impacts. So how does this scheme impact the amenity of existing surrounding residents? If we firstly consider privacy, the applicant has made efforts to bring the buildings back from the edges of the site boundary to ensure that there is little or no overlooking. And where there are roof terraces on blocks B1, B4, D2 and E1, those communal roof terraces have been pulled back from the edges. By way of example, this is a plan from within the design and access statement that shows the setback distances from the rear of properties on Pendron Way to block E1, which is the extra care accommodation, and block E2, which is at the end of the park and is a market building. You can also see within this graphic the design process that has moved balconies into different positions and pulled back and shrunk the size of roof terraces, again to reduce or eliminate the potential for overlooking. I'll now move on to daylight and sunlight. I appreciate I need to speed up. This is, however, a serious topic that we need to discuss. There are impacts on neighbouring residents that weigh against the scheme. In terms of daylight, VSC, or vertical sky component, of all the surrounding windows and rooms that were assessed, 69% would continue to pass BRE guidance. If we look at no skyline, daylight, it's 88.3%, and sunlight, 91%. Overshadowing, 83.3% would pass. So now we'll look at where the transgressions have occurred and to what extent. The following neighbouring buildings will see transgressions of BRE, daylight and sunlight guidance. The Bakersfield Estate, Pendrum Way, Crayford House, 2 Parkhurst Road, Pointer House, 2 to 5 Prospect Place, 275 Camden Road and 1 to 12 Fairweather House. Overall, the level of transgressions is high and in some instances severe, with 40% reductions to either windows through the vertical sky component or rooms to the no skyline in some instances. Although some harm through a loss of daylight and sunlight is to be anticipated in an urban setting, and particularly one here where we have a highly unusual situation where a very large site with a relatively low-rise scheme that's pulled in from the edges historically is now going to significantly change in its urban form. We would anticipate some loss of daylight or sunlight. It is also compounded in this instance by the design of some of those buildings where the upper floors or balconies overhang, and therefore they have a compounding effect where any shadow cast is made worse. Notwithstanding that, I will now explain the transgressions. Looking at the windows, and these are contained within the daylight and sunlight report in the application documents, this works like a heat map. If you look for the windows that are red or orange, those are the ones with the most severe transgressions. Green will continue to pass BRE tests. So with respect to the Bakersfield Estate, 241 of the 409 windows tested would meet BRE guidance, and 155 or 75% of the rooms tested would meet BRE guidance for no skyline. You can also see in this photo the overhang that I've just explained in the design of that building. If we look at Pendrum Way, again, we can see that there's quite a few passes when we look at the window. But when we read the tests, we can see that actually only 12 of 42 of the windows would meet BRE guidance for VSC, or 16 out of 24 for NSL. Further along Pendrum Way, where the development starts to curve, the existing homes start to curve away from the new development, the performance it differs slightly. We have 12 out of 26 or 46% of the windows meeting VSC. So generally higher performance because of the way that the developments move apart from one another. But it's not just windows into homes, it's also looking at sun on ground. If we look at the rear gardens of homes on Pendrum Way and then in the Bakersfield Estate, the measures that are used are 21st of March and 21st of June as tests. These diagrams show the percentage of sun on ground on the 21st of March. Where it's not met, where the BRE guidance isn't met is highlighted in red, and the dates have been added to explain how many days or weeks after the 21st of March they would meet guidance. As you can see, there are a number of homes that would end up harm with a loss of sun on ground. I would add though that I think there are 5 homes that would actually have an increased sun on ground, and that's because of the loss of the large brick perimeter wall that is currently associated with the prison. But on the whole, there is a net harm when it comes to sun on ground. If we looked at what kind of scenario we would need to meet all of the BRE guidance, it's represented by the yellow plane shown across the site here, i.e. any of the buildings that project above that yellow plane, all that floor area would be lost. And while we look at weighing up harm, benefits and competing policy requirements, policy D3 of the London Plan puts an onus on officers to optimise site capacity. We'll come on to that in a moment. So looking now at the scheme, and sorry I do need to hurry up, sustainability is an important topic. The London Borough of Islington has declared a climate emergency, and the applicants, I think the best way of explaining this, the scheme performs well, but it could do better. It's currently targeting BREEAM Excellent. If you look at the BREEAM criteria, the highest performing level is outstanding. It's not yet at that level. Equally, with LETI and REBA targets for embodied carbon, embodied is what sits within the building materials rather than operational. We believe that further, more detailed design stage improvements could be secured through conditions in a Section 106 agreement. Looking away from energy, but looking at other sustainability elements, sustainable drainage is already integrated into the landscape, and I'm pleased to report that the urban green factor for the scheme would exceed policy requirement at 0.42. Looking at energy, the scheme would be entirely air source heat pumps. There are no gas boilers. There would be an electric backup. The site would generate some of its own energy through solar photovoltaic panels on most of the building roofs. There would, however, be a carbon offset payment that would be due to the London Borough of Islington. The initial estimate has been revised down post-publication of the committee report, as the applicants have agreed to increase the specification of the solar photovoltaic panels, and therefore there will be a lower carbon emission. As mentioned, we feel that there is still room for improvement if we look at sustainability holistically, and therefore officers are seeking a specific and new term within the Section 106 agreement for sustainability review, reflecting that this is essentially a 4-phase, 5-year development program. We would like to encourage the applicant and incentivise them to support new technologies and materials and designs across those development phases, beginning with phase 0, demolition, looking much more closely to push how we can divert waste from demolition as a material to reuse or recycling. Moving on to housing quality. So this is looking not externally at not at neighbouring residents, but within the existing scheme. All of the homes either meet or exceed Islington's space standards. All of the ceilings exceed London Housing SPG heights, and all homes have private amenity space that meets or exceeds London Housing SPG standards. There has been a discussion around the appropriateness or otherwise of dual aspect units, and I believe some of the representatives tonight will speak on that topic. The approach as proposed by the applicant is supported by the GLA, and 93% of all of the new habitable rooms tested would achieve the highest BRE guidance for average daylight factor, and that's set at a target of 2% for living rooms, kitchens and dining rooms. The pass rate is actually even higher if you take a 1.5% target, which is in the new London Plan. There is a challenge with overheating that is limited to a small number of homes, and we believe this can be further mitigated through detailed design. The images here are just an example of some of the private open space that would be provided through balconies. Yep. That now brings me to the recommendation. So for the reasons set out in sections 22.1 to 22.26 of the report, and in particular section 22.26, the Planning Committee is asked to resolve to grant planning permission. subject to the conditions set out in Appendix 1 or Recommendation C of the Addendum Report, conditional upon the prior completion of a deed of planning obligation made under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act, 1990, securing the heads of terms as set out in Appendix 1, Recommendation B of the Addendum Report. Also conditional upon, as aforementioned, the £2.9 million contribution to the fit-out of the Women's Building being secured. And finally, subject to any direction by the Mayor of London to refuse the application or for it to be called in for determination by the Mayor of London.
Thank you very much. So thank you both very much for that. We now move on to questions from councillors to the council officers. I'm going to kick off just a question from me. The Women's Building, there's been a lot of objections about it on the grounds of size. The objectors have been mentioned. It's obviously a very important building in terms of the history of the site. So obviously the applicant will put money into developing it in a certain way. That amount of money has been agreed. Then the council has appointed a senior female officer who will be a champion. But will there be running costs associated with it? And who will pay for those running costs? So, for example, if it was a museum or a heritage centre, that would presumably cost something. I don't suppose, I mean, whoever is there, it's not a sort of profitable organisation. So what sort of people might go there and how will that work? Yeah. Thanks, Karen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Poyser. As we said in the presentation, the building is secured in perpetuity at a peppercorn rent, subject to service charges and taxes. However, there is no funding secured through, for example, the Section 106 agreement to support any organisation going into that building. So the building has been designed in such a way, and the Section 106 agreement has been framed in such a way to support any organisation that is appointed to operate that building to be self-sustaining. The issue of the Women's Building champion, who has only recently been appointed, is not necessarily related to the planning application, but there is a separate piece of work which is being undertaken by the council jointly with Peabody to look at the best possible arrangements for commissioning an operator for the Women's Building and for commissioning and funding the services that will be delivered to women within that building.
Sorry, so the services are delivered, but say there may be some money from the S106 funds. That's right.
No, that absolutely won't.
No, okay, so there's no money going towards running, obviously it's at a peppercorn rent, but something that is self-funding would have to be proposed for any use of the Women's Building.
That's correct. So within the current Section 106 agreement, there is no provision for the developer to fund any of the services.
No, not the developer or anyone else.
Yeah, or anyone else.
Okay. Because I mean, running a museum or a heritage centre would normally cost money, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely. But I would say that of itself, the fact that the building is secured in perpetuity and at a peppercorn rent is a substantial benefit. But I would also say that as well as being policy compliant, which of course is the key point, the council wishes to ensure that any organisation that goes into that building goes into it on the most operationally sustainable position possible. And for that reason, as well as policy reasons, that's why we're securing the category B fit out of the Women Building, which put in its simplest terms would put the building into a condition where any organisation who would be responsible for running the building, would effectively be able to walk into it and start operating.
Okay. I've just got one tiny question. And the council's tree officer 6515 it says they'd like, when they looked at the scheme, they said they'd also like some tree species changed if possible. There's significant reliance on Betula utilis and Malenkia lamarcki, and what about other Betula species? Is that something you could look into?
Well done for the Latin names. Well done for the Latin. Yes, that will be dealt with through condition when they get to the detailed landscaping, detailed design of the landscape, and that will be reviewed again by the tree officer at that point.
Okay. I was going to suggest is if I start that way and then go round with councillors' questions. Does that work? So, Councillor Wayne, do you have any questions to the officers?
I do, yes, on two topics. Firstly, in relation to those properties that are potentially impacted in regards to daylight and sunlight, what I want to understand is the interaction between the size of some of the blocks, in particular those blocks that exceed 30 metres in height, and the properties likely to be adversely impacted. Does the size of some of the blocks have a direct impact on the daylight and sunlight of the properties, taking the Bakersfield estate as an example? In other words, if the 30-metre limit was maintained, would the adverse impacts on properties that would be affected by daylight and sunlight be less?
Okay.
You've got a picture of Pendrin Way, for example. Maybe not. Sorry, just give you a run. Sorry.
We've lost the...
Yeah.
Don't worry.
It may load again in a moment. The answer to that varies depending on the position in the site and the blocks. One of the building...
Can we just... Sorry, Councillor. We actually, one of the diagrams that we used in the presentation explains this point very well, but we're just having a slight technical problem. So if you can just bear with us while we load it. Of course.
I'll tell you what, shall we move on to another question and come back to that one while we load? Okay. Councillor Williamson, do you have any questions?
Oh, it's fine.
We've actually...
sorry, back to where we were.
Okay, it should show on the projector in just a moment. I'll go back to what I call the melted cheese diagram, which is probably going to make us all hungry this time of night. Right, block E2. It's not particularly tall. It's certainly less than 30 metres, but its mere presence causes a problem, and it causes a problem to the residents in Pendrin Way. You would need to remove 5 stories off that block to get to a position where there weren't any impact and it would meet BRE guidelines, which is a challenging position. If we look at the daylight and sunlight impacts on the properties on the opposite side of Camden and Parkhurst Road, I don't know if one building is directly attributable to some of those impacts or not. We have a more detailed understanding of block E2 and E1 because of the different modelling that's been done on those. But I think that this diagram explains the extent of the losses that you would need to reach a BRE compatible point.
Just to add to that, sorry, Councillor, on your specific question in terms of if the buildings were under 30 metres or met the 30 metres, would we have passes? The simple answer is no. All of these buildings, anywhere that's blue on this picture and above the yellow, would have to be removed in its entirety to get full passes. So if we met the policy target, no, you would still have impacts to the neighbours.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions?
Simply in relation to the 2.9 million fit-out costs.
Of the Women's Centre?
Yes, indeed. If I understand the proposal and the recommendations correctly, that will need to be secured, but there has been no guarantee at this stage, either from the council or from Peabody, that will be provided. Is that the position as of tonight?
Yes, Councillor, that's absolutely correct. The recommendation basically states that permission cannot be granted until that payment is secured from the council or from anyone else.
So if the council decides that it won't fund it, Peabody have to fund it, or else planning permission doesn't get granted.
That's correct, but my understanding is that in order to secure the benefits of the women's building and also to support the delivery of the affordable housing, there is a willingness by the council to fund the fit out of the women's building, but of course that would be subject to a formal decision by the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson?
Sorry, just drop it on the table. I just wanted to ask, more for clarity on access to the site. So there's obviously the access road going in and out from Camden Road, but I know there was talk, I think, of a pedestrian and cycle route onto Dalmenia Road, but also in a report and other places it talked about potential other future routes if access is secured. Can you just confirm exactly where those potential future access points are? And I believe that Dalmenia Road one is at the top left-hand side, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not
I think these were DRP recommendations, weren't they?
Yeah. If you look back to the supplementary planning document, there are a number of proposed pedestrian and cycle connections. These were intended to relink what is an island site back into the surrounding street network. At a pre-application stage, the council consulted on a couple of options, including one that cut through the middle of the Dalmenia Avenue estate. That was not pursued to this application stage because it wouldn't, as a gradient, the drop in the topographical changes would have meant that it wouldn't have been equal access, it only would have been stepped, and it was met with strong resistance from the residents within the Dalmenia Avenue estate that felt that it would segment their communal open space at the rear, and it was felt that there wasn't sufficient benefit to be delivered in exchange for that. The one that is included within the scheme is in the west of the site that connects through to Trecastle Way and then Dalmenia Avenue. This is seen as really the most vital connection, and it would occur on council land. This is because it's the primary route up to local schools, and we're hoping that as well as the flow of people out of the site to those local amenities and services, that it will also enable surrounding neighbours to get into the site to use things like the play space in the Central Park. There are additionally 2 further connections that we would like to see brought forward, and these vary in their design and the importance in the delivery. There is an existing gate into the Bakersfield estate, and within the Section 106, best endeavours would be made to ensure that there's no development that prevents that through connection from being achieved if the Bakersfield estate residents want it. It is as simple, literally, as replacing or unlocking a gate and making sure that the public realm is an appropriate connection point. The one that we would most like to see delivered, but we can't achieve at the moment, is through the Holloway estate, which is owned by the City of London. There's a relatively short distance between the northeastern boundary of this site and Crayford Road. And again, there's a small set of local shops there that would be helpful for people to be able to get access and egress on foot or by bike. And in that instance, within the Section 106 agreement, the heads of terms seek that the applicant make best endeavours to negotiate that access with the City of London and the residents of that estate, and to safeguard that land to future-proof it so that there's no development built on that spot.
So that would be cycle and pedestrian access, if that's negotiated with the City of London?
Yes, but there would be no car or van or taxi access other than in and out of Camden and Parkhurst Road.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor Williamson? You haven't got a cursor, have you? So you can point out where you... the access, you know, when you're talking about these, I mean, I can see the one to Trecastle.
I have a laser
it's all right,
pointer,
don't worry,
but it's not very good, sorry.
Don't worry,
the blue dotted line? or the turquoise? Is that not?
Could you say it again? I couldn't quite hear it. Sorry.
Sorry, is it not the turquoise dotted line? Is that
Yes.
that's the access point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't show on that.
It's at the far left of what I can see, but maybe far. Yeah. Is there any other questions, Councillor?
My only other question was on what play space is going to be available for children and teenagers. I say play space, amenity.
Okay.
Who are living on the site.
No luck there with the... Okay. Anything with a cursor I think might help, but yeah.
Okay. I'll just locate the open space plan. Okay. There is an open space and landscape strategy that was submitted with the application that goes into more detail about the character and function of the different parts of the site. To address most directly the question of teenage play space, there is none specifically provided, but the applicants have been asked to provide through condition spaces for Wi-Fi and an outdoor gym across the site to make sure that it is more compatible for different, more receptive for different ages. There is play space for future residents as well as the wider public that's all at ground level. There's no play space at roof level. There is some set pieces of equipment. There's also natural areas of play. If you'd like, I can get another image if you give me a few minutes, but I don't have it within this presentation deck.
That's fine, and I guess sort of related to which you may be able to help with is all the play space going to be accessible to all of children living on the site, or is there going to be any barriers? For example, if they're going to be in semi, like just in the communal blocks, only children in those blocks, i.e. will all children of all ages all have equal quality of play space,
yep,
no matter in which block they live in?
I think qualitatively it should be equivalent, but the areas shown in pink are communal to those buildings. And in that instance, access would be restricted, but within those blocks of A, B, there are a full mix of tenures, so there would still be all tenures within each of those larger blocks of comprising of 3 to 6 buildings. There would still be access. However, I can say, for example, that if you were in, you wouldn't be able to get, there's no social rent within Block D, and that would be communal. And I would just say that there is a condition for secure by design to the satisfaction of the Met Police, and sometimes they will seek access restrictions between blocks, even though the intention wouldn't be to limit access. I hope that answers the question. Sorry.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Is that okay? Councillor, by the way, councillors don't have to ask questions, but Councillor Jackson?
What really was sort of trying to go a little bit further around that provision for young people, because I think it's a conversation we've had several times across this process. Just wanted to ask the officers, how far has there been a shift from the original position from the applicants on this?
Do you mean outside and inside, or?
Pardon?
Do you mean outside and inside?
Definitely at the outside, because
Yeah,
we're quite clear, it does state it's just table tennis. I mean, we've got quite a number of, it's a big development. I'm sure you need a lot of table tennis.
Councillor, on a very simple point, in terms of catering for all age groups on the site, condition 52 has recommended actually make sure that before every single phase we get full details of play space, which will include for young people and all age groups within each phase. So we will be assessing that before every phase comes forward and making sure it has everything it should do in each phase. In terms of how far it's come since the pre-application, yeah.
No significant and specific measures for teenagers within the open space and landscape strategy at the moment. But I would say that although this is a full planning application, there is still an incredible amount of detail to be fulfilled through the condition stage, and we are live to that concern.
Thanks. Is that okay? Yeah. Councillor North.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just
Sorry.
add to that, if the committee were minded to do so, a requirement for space for teenagers could be secured through an amendment to one of the conditions that are being proposed.
Councillor North. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask for a bit more detail on the proposed residence space on the ground floor of Plot D. I noted that within the Section 106 heads of terms, we secured access to all residents, but I just wanted to know a bit more detail about exactly what facilities are proposed there and on what terms residents who aren't resident in that block will be able to access those facilities. So will it be for free? What sort of costs, if there are any associated, will be put for other residents to access them?
Councillor, it may be that question is best put to the applicants, but our current understanding of what's secured through the heads of terms are that that space will be open to all residents of the development, regardless of which tenure of housing that they live in, but it would be subject to a charge for each group of resident, which is still to be agreed. And we also understand that for one day a week, part of that space will be available to the wider community free of charge. But I think beyond that, we don't really have much more detail in terms of what's being offered other than what's being proposed in the heads of terms.
I'm just trying to understand what facilities are proposed. Is it very broad use within the application and that will be sort of determined later, or?
I think there are some indicative ideas about what actually is going to be proposed in that area. So, for example, things like a cinema room, flexible workspace, for example. But I think perhaps the precise details of that are maybe best left as a question to the applicant.
Okay, Councillor North. Councillor Kay.
My first question was going to be very similar to Councillor North, so we will ask the applicant, but yeah, I was a bit confused about the mention of the 1 day a week being free of charge, because the implication there that all the other days of the week there's a very significant charge, and when we saw this quite a few months back at a members pre-app meeting, it seemed like the applicant was proposing a for-profit, quite exclusive space rather than a community centre, which I think is what we envision as a residence facility. But I'll keep that for the applicant. What provision has been made for broadband for all of the units and for that to be affordable? And a similar question about energy and how that will be run, because will it be similar to the way that energy costs are worked out on our estates, where there's provision within an account? When energy costs go very high, there's an internal stop.
I think you're conferring now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
The late member Gatsby.
Very good questions, Councillor Kay. I know there was a conversation on service charges and caps on those to ensure affordability for social rent, but I'm just making a note of these questions on community, such as resident facilities, broadband and energy costs. I don't have answers for you. I think we'll have to ask the applicant, which we can do after the next phase of questions. I've made a note though, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? But we'll keep the other question for the applicant. Yeah, okay. As I said, councillors don't have to ask questions. Councillor Ibrahim?
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to clarify something, sorry. In terms of the housing facing out onto Camden and Parkhurst Road.
The highest ones.
Yeah. And in terms of percentages, I'm just wondering, because there's a mix of social tenure and properties as well. And I'm wondering where, the way I've understood it, and maybe it's a subsequent question, where is most of that social tenure housing facing? Is it kind of inwards into the central landscapes area, or is it outward facing in terms of the Camden Parkhurst Road side?
I have addressed this within the addenda. I'm just looking for the specific numbers. I understand the concern about tenure distribution, including along the frontage to Camden Parkhurst Road, where the amenity is different owing to the traffic on that road. What I would say, while my colleague looks for it,
sorry, we can't hear you.
Maybe a more general question would be, and without the specifics, then maybe I'll reserve that for the applicant.
Well, sorry, if you finish your question.
I'm just saying across the piece, how fairly distributed is that social tenure? Or are we kind of parking them in one part of the development away from everyone else? I think that's where my concerns are.
So 6211.4, the majority of homes, this is one of the objectors have said, the majority of homes with an attractive view of the central landscaped area are private tenure, while 85% of housing on Camden/Parkhurst Road is social tenure, and none of the few private flats in Block B actually face the road. None of the 15 blocks are mixed tenure.
Okay.
Yep. That's the point I'm trying to tease out.
And I think it is an important one. And I looked through all of the floor plans of all the buildings on the frontage of Camden and Parkhurst Road and took any that were at a 90-degree angle of the street frontage and looked at them by tenure and split down the percentages. And they weren't disproportionately impacted. I think there were actually fractionally more as a percentage shared ownership that have that direct frontage than there were social rent or market, and I will just find in the addendum the specific numbers. This is partly because of the buildings along the frontage, not all of them...
Could you speak a little bit slow or closer to the mic? Or both?
Sorry. This is partly because along that frontage, not all of the homes have a direct frontage to the road. If we look at C1, which is the tallest building there on the sort of on the bottom of the triangle, that's an entirely shared, a social rent block, and there are many apartments in there. In fact, more that face northwest across the park. There are more that face across the park in that building than there are that face directly onto the street. But if you give me a moment, I will find the exact numbers.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
That might be something the applicant would like to refer to when it comes to Councillor Wolf.
I just had a number of the questions have been covered, but I did have a specific question on the wheelchair user dwellings. And I know our local plan, and that this, from my reading, looks like will be more than policy compliant. But I did note on page 56 of the report, the access and inclusive design, that there was a concern around the distribution of wheelchair units. And some further clarity would be helpful there.
Yes, that's correct. At the pre-application stage, the Council's Accessibility and Inclusivity Officer was involved in pre-application discussions with the architect. Although the scheme meets the policy requirement for 10% wheelchair accessible units, as you quite rightly pointed out, they're not all evenly distributed across tenure and type. 60 or half of the 120 wheelchair accessible units are within Block E1, which is intended through allocations from the council to be for social rent tenants over the age of 60. That's where half of the wheelchair accessible units are. So if you're a younger person, perhaps on a different tenure, your probability of finding a wheelchair accessible unit in this scheme, you won't have the same ratio of success. And for that reason, the Access and Inclusivity Officer has objected to that point on the distribution. At the pre-application stage, Officers did work with the architect to try and identify other opportunities for more wheelchair accessible units elsewhere across the scheme. It wasn't possible to do that without reducing the number of units, because within the floor plans there isn't redundancy for making units larger or finding space for additional units. So you are correct, and that is a point that would weigh against the scheme.
Councillor Picknell. Sorry, Councillor Wolfe, did you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions about the living conditions in the new building. Sorry, is that too close? Firstly, the stepped stroke double aspect windows. So, I mean, obviously the light provision in the new places is a bit of a triumph, really. I mean, it looks like the levels are very good almost everywhere. So presumably these kind of double aspect windows are doing their job in that respect. I just wonder if there are any sort of other downsides, but just quite how they work. I mean, we had a picture of some kind of angled ends with two windows. Presumably that's what they are. Presumably they're all front rooms, and all the other rooms in the flats will be on that same main wall, and they won't benefit from that. I just wonder if is there a downside in terms of air circulation, etc. I wonder also whether they're spread evenly across tenures as well.
Across tenures, I don't have the numbers. In terms of the dual aspect, if you look at the emerging policy guidance through the London Plan, which is Good Housing for All Londoners, Module C, it sets out guidance on dual aspect homes. That includes a diagram that shows effectively a stepped aspect unit as a form of dual aspect housing. Light isn't everything when we're talking about dual aspect. We're talking about, as you're implying, ventilation. And as some of the objectors have pointed out, optimal ventilation would come through a through aspect unit where you can have natural ventilation from one side of the home to the other. The architectural form that is best able to achieve that is what we would call a deck access arrangement, where your corridor is effectively outside the building. There are, however, slight disadvantages with that architectural form, because the balconies themselves, the access, create overhangs, which then limit the light within the side of the building that they take place on. They're also not an architectural form that's terribly successful in very high density developments. But essentially there are other ways of delivering dual and through aspect homes. In this instance, though, I think the levels of ventilation are quite good, and the approach is supported by the GLA.
Could you hear that? You got that answer?
Yes.
You've got a supplementary, go. Yeah.
Yeah, just second to that, there's quite a high quite a high proportion of the dwellings have mechanical ventilation as well. I know that I remember from the report that is quite evenly spread across the private and the affordable tenures. But again, I just wonder why there's so much. And could you just say a bit more about that? You know, where they're needed and why?
I guess firstly to make a distinction between mechanical ventilation and air conditioning. Mechanical is there as a backup air circulation, and it's also used in instances where you have a busier road like Camden, Parkhurst Road, where you may wish to keep your windows closed and therefore circulate air within the property in a different way. All of the windows on the frontage to Camden Parkhurst Road will be openable, they won't be fixed, and it is mechanical ventilation rather than air conditioning, and it's there effectively as a secondary mitigation. I hope that answers the question.
So, okay, Councillor Picknell, because it's a very important issue. I mean, it's all important issues. Councillor Convery. I'm sure you have at least one question, Councillor Convery.
At least one. Two, in fact. Firstly, can I just ask why the about the design of the two-way through street. It's a kind of dog-legged route, which does look potentially like quite an attractive vehicular shortcut from Dalmeny Road to Parkhurst Road. Is there anything proposed here that will prevent that from happening? I see the optimal scheme is for two-way working, understand servicing, refuse trucks and so on, but what's to stop people making a cut through from Dalmeny to Parkhurst? Looks very tempting to a typical shortcut seeking driver.
Thank you for the question. This is something that came up at the pre-application stage and was discussed with the applicant's transport consultants. I haven't included it within the presentation tonight for brevity, but there was an options analysis done on different ways of providing access and circulation through the site. The layout that is proposed is the smallest land take of all the options and is considered the safest. Specifically with regard to rat running, there are no bollards, there are no electronic means, there is nothing to stop people other than the fact that it will be hugely inconvenient, slow, and not gain any advantage. That's not to say that people won't do it in the future, and I think that we need to look at perhaps some future provision, or Peabody may need to do that if it becomes a problem at a later date. It is not possible to gain through access to any of the streets at the rear. You would simply move through the site and back out the other side. This would be a private road. It would not be adopted by Islington. So if the site owner, Peabody, wished to put in place further restrictions on access for vehicles, it would be able to do so.
Okay, thank you. I see from the report the discussion about the need to obviate turning circles and so forth. I get all of that, thank you. The second question is this. This is the largest single residential application that I can ever remember. Nearly 1,000 homes. I'm delighted that there is a quantum of 415 social rent homes, but I'm a little concerned that there's no other affordable tenure except for shared ownership. And in previous conversations over the past 3 years, there has been discussion about adopting the Mayor's London living rent product. Why does that not figure in this proposal from the applicant?
Councillor Convery, I think the SBD that was prepared to guide the development of this site at the time that the site was sold determined that London living rent could viably be delivered on the site. The current sort of viability appraisal indicates that even using the council's own figure, there is a deficit of 3 million in the scheme, and therefore the applicants are resisting any sort of requests to switch from shared ownership to London living rent, but that may be a question that you would want to pick up with them later. Also, if I may, just as a supplementary to Councillor Picknell's question about ventilation and overheating, there are actually 2 conditions proposed within the report that would deal with those matters, which are condition 26, which relates to ventilation, and 27, which relates to overheating mitigation. I don't know, Nat, if you want to say anything further about those.
Yeah, in both cases there, those conditions seek to address the points you've raised, Councillor Picknell, and limit the amount of ventilation mechanical ventilation required by using as many other methods, such as passes beforehand.
So there's no further questions from councillors to the officers. So we're now going to go to the objectors. Then after that, we will go to the applicant. I have a list of objectors, and I'm going to read out the order that I'm going to come to you. I think you may already be aware of this, but just to be clear, Helen Strongman from the Bakersfield Estate, Neil Kawahata from Pendrin Way, Leonie Jordan from Anson Road, Pamela Wyndham-Stewart, who worked in HMP Holloway, Linda Clark, local resident, Marge Mayo, CP4H, that's the campaign for Holloway, Debbie Humphrey, Islington Homes for All, Andy Bain, also from Islington Homes for All, Jonathan Ward, who's a local resident, Laurencia Frempong, campaign for Holloway, and then finally Nikki Gibbs, who's a local resident, who's with Reclaim Holloway. So that's the order. I don't know if you're all ready in terms of getting a microphone. There'll be a timer will be there. And you've got different times have been agreed. The first is from the Bakersfield estate. That's Helen Strongman. Are you here, Helen? Oh, cool. Thank you. Lovely. So when you're ready. Thanks, Helen.
Okay, so I'm Helen Strongman. I'm the chair of the Bakersfield Residents Association. So before I describe our objections, I wanted to introduce you to Bakersfield as a community and a place to live. Bakersfield has 150 homes that were built as key worker accommodation for prison officers at the same time as the current prison buildings. And the links to the history of the site give us a real feeling of pride and community that will be important for the prison site too. We are a new residents association, and we've built in a community WhatsApp group that has nearly 50 participants. And we're a diverse community of predominantly working people, many of whom have active family lives. We've objected to the proposal based on the density and height of the development, which will firstly directly impact our homes, as we've heard, and secondly affect community cohesion, safety and facilities. I believe you have a printed copy of our original objection, and I'll cover key points and include comments from members of our association. Some of the names have been changed. So we've heard that the level of transgression is proportionately high, sometimes severe, that 40 of the 168 windows affected in Bakersfield will see over 40% reductions in light, and that that level of harm impacts many residents, and some severely. In addition to suggesting that this is mitigated by the overhanging balconies, etc., Peabody suggested that it's mitigated by the fact that many of the rooms are bedrooms. But this is clearly ridiculous, because given how we all live in London today, bedrooms are used as working, study, and relaxation space in the day. Elizabeth and Lee have lived on the top floors of Bakersfield for 30 years and say that the development will be right outside our windows and will directly block our light, space, and views. The development is overpopulated for the site, and 14 stories is overwhelming, comparing it to the 5 stories in the highest block at the moment. Surely it should be like for like. Eunice and John and their children have lived in Bakersfield for over 30 years too, and enjoy the pleasure they get from their small garden. Our flat is the closest ground floor flat to the prison. In summer, we get sunshine from morning to about 4 to 5 p.m. in the evening. When the proposed building is there, we will be hugely affected, greatly reducing the pleasure we get from living in our home. When the prison was built, it was done with respect to the people who were going to live next to it in Bakersfield. Who are you thinking about when you're knocking down a 5-story building and replacing it with a 14-story building? I understand that you have to provide as many homes as possible, but you can't disadvantage one group so much to provide for another. So in view of the daylight analysis, we'd ask again to see the building height of A1 and A2 reduced further, with enhanced stepping back from Bakersfield, and the massing of E2 reduced, so Peabody will have to compromise rather than the homes and gardens of Bakersfield and Penderyn Way. And although we've seen that diagram that showed what would need to be done to reduce all of the effects, there's surely more scope for imagination there. In terms of community facilities, contrary to the equality impact statement in the planning application, the influx of nearly 3,500 new residents to the area will put pressure on local facilities. For example, the crowded local bus routes, increasing the number of residents per metre squared of usable green space. I'm really not convinced that you'll be able to fit in as many table tennis tables, etc., as you will need, and potentially increasing pressure of nursery provision. Thomas, who has been in Bakersfield for 9 years, says the prison development is seen as an opportunity for London housing. However, the planning application is overpopulated for the area, and a lack of commitment towards the environment, including not enough green space. Additionally, the proposed car-free development misses opportunities to improve cycle safety in an area dominated by multi-lane one-way highways. I'd be really happy to accompany a councillor or two on a journey with me from Bakersfield to and from the Sowell Centre or to Caledonian Road, for example, to demonstrate this. In terms of community cohesion and safety, particularly relevant to Bakersfield is that 19 of our homes directly back onto the site. Until now, these have been really safe, and although we welcome the plans for a nature garden between our private gardens and the new homes, we're really concerned that this will attract antisocial behaviour in the same way that the darker and more hidden areas of Bakersfield do. So Jennifer and Tom say, as just one household, we've witnessed a mugging, theft, drug dealing, stolen car storing, and countless acts of antisocial behaviour, trespassing and noise, something to avoid in the new development. And Thomas points out that the new estate will be 3 times the density of Bakersfield, and that there's a lack of thinking about community life, including a community centre. As a residents association, we don't have a community centre. We meet outside, because this is a better way of getting people involved than asking them to trudge further away. So we need a guarantee that we'll be adequately protected, and we want to know how the proposals support a vibrant and cohesive new community. In terms of the consultation, Jennifer and Tom say that despite active efforts to build a sense of community spirit and collaboration, we feel excluded and unsupported by more powerful stakeholders like Peabody, NHSG and the planning authorities. We've only recently been able to comment on clear and detailed plans, and although communication has started to improve, we need to see more of this. And finally, I want to thank CP4H, not enough time, but thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you. I had CP4H. Thank you very much for that. You're Neil Kahawata, yeah? And you're from Penderyn Way. Yeah. Thanks, Neil.
Good evening. I'll be speaking today on behalf of the Penderyn and Tricastle Tenants and Residents Association and also the 34 signatories of our letter of objection. You should have received 3 slides from us for this evening and also our full objection letter. The committee report identifies our estate as being in the most sensitive part of the site. Our objections relate specifically to the oversized buildings known as E1 and E2, which are to be positioned immediately adjacent to our estate. The key point which we want to address this evening is in relation to the committee report, and in particular its statement on so-called planning balance. In simple terms, this effectively sanctions harms for some in order to achieve gains for others. Today, it feels as though you are being offered a binary choice of accepting the current scheme with its inbuilt harms to existing residents versus refusal and the potential loss of the benefits of the proposal, such as increased housing, provision, women's building and public realm. This doesn't have to be the case. As outlined in our letter of objection, our estate has tried hard to engage in consulting with Peabody over the last couple of years. Despite this, our legitimate concerns have not been properly addressed. As we explained, the proposal does not conform with Islington's planning policy in numerous areas and will cause harm to the amenity of residents of our estate. In particular, the committee report concedes that harms caused to our estate in relation to daylight is proportionally high and in some instances severe. Despite repeated requests during the consultation period for information regarding light levels, section drawings showing the height relationships and visualizations showing the impact on the skyline, these were all deliberately withheld from us until the planning submission was submitted. As a result, there was not an opportunity throughout the design process to properly discuss and mitigate the harms to existing residents at the periphery of the site. Houses on our estate are modest family homes, generally with just 2 small habitable rooms at each level. The proposed blocks of E1 and E2 would be in very close proximity and would be up to 5 or 6 stories higher than our houses. Including their rooftop service enclosures, these would effectively be 3 times the size of our homes. The scale and mass would clearly be inappropriate in relation to our homes and result in adverse impacts in relation to overlooking, overshadowing, daylight, sunlight, and overdominance. We've provided you with a diagram of this. If the current scheme were allowed to go ahead, 10 properties, number 67 to 85 Penderyn Way, would no longer achieve the acceptable BRE criteria for daylight. Some of these properties would experience effects which are considered by the BRE guidance to be of major adverse significance. These are people's homes. The applicant's daylight report incorrectly states that the reduction in daylight and sunlight to the upper stories of our homes are of less significance, assuming they are all bedrooms, when in fact the first floors are single-aspect living rooms. The impact has also been justified in the committee report by stating that our habitable spaces are dual aspect, when in fact they are not. 3 private gardens on the estate would also experience major adverse effects in relation to overshadowing. This would also have a detrimental impact on our community garden, particularly our vegetable grow boxes and much needed children's play area and amenity space. Existing and future solar panel installations will be affected, reducing our community's ability to adapt effectively to net zero and the rising costs of energy. At Councillor Tricia Clark's request, Peabody did test a very minor reduction to E2. However, this was proved insufficient, and they discounted any change rather than making a meaningful reduction to the proposal. Balconies proposed to the facade of E1 and E2. These would still overlook our private communal gardens, as well as the bedrooms and living spaces, adversely impacting our residents. The skyline of Pendrin Way residence is already adversely affected by the presence of the Bakersfield estate in the northeast, a development recognised in Islington's SPD as, and I quote, anomalous and to the immediate site surroundings. Therefore, the scale of this development should not set a precedent or be repeated on the prison site, further impacting our skyline. With the application Peabody have now finally provided visualisations, our much clearer images were appended to the objection letter, and you should have copies of those. I should note also that the connection at Trecastle and the residents of Trecastle have some concerns about that, and we hope that that will be dealt with in further detail. In summary, and as is clearly being demonstrated here tonight, due care and consideration has not been taken with the design of this scheme, nor with the developer's community engagement, or indeed the delegated assessment of the proposal. Giving it your support at this premature stage would deliver a severe blow to our constituents and the existing community. There is much anger and upset amongst us. It is critical that this scheme should not be approved until the proposed harms have been resolved. In short, we all have a duty, both for today's residents and future generations, to build much better schemes. We feel it would be appropriate for blocks E1 and E2 to be lowered substantially. In our objection letter, and without any information, we said by at least two stories and stepped back, similar to E1, which was recognised in the report as a positive move. Of course, we're not experts, and any height reduction is a sliding scale of improvement. Although I note tonight it has finally been revealed that actually it would need to be a 5-storey reduction for those buildings in order to meet the minimum guidance for daylight. And I think there's a big discrepancy there. We ask that rather than rushing this through tonight with all its flaws, the committee should reject or at least defer the application to allow these very important changes to be made. We now look to you as our elected officials to ensure that due policy and good design principles are met and that our community is not unnecessarily sacrificed by this scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, for 4 minutes, Leonie George from Manson Road. Thanks, Leonie. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. I'm an Islington resident and I speak for neighbours and for residents in the locality, many of whom still do not know about this scheme. The council has failed in its primary duty of ensuring meaningful public participation. Lord Justice Reed in the Supreme Court in 2014 stated, "This requires that the people affected should be provided not only with information, but also an outline of realistic alternatives. Realistic alternatives respecting the history of the site. A public park, much needed in this particular area of the borough, in a borough that has a very significant shortfall in open green space. A public park and community facilities, again respecting the history of the site. A combined scheme of social housing for families and older people and younger people alongside a public green space and community facilities, repurposing the swimming pool on the site, the gym on the site, and the low-build social spaces already on this site. Islington Council has failed in its responsibility to its residents. It's allowed Peabody, a vehicle driven by market forces, to disrespect its citizens, ignoring the principles of meaningful public participation. Peabody, in fact, blames Islington residents for wanting too much to justify gross overdevelopment of the site. I urge the committee to listen to the residents, to get a grip on the many material deficits in this application, which others here are addressing in detail. The flawed process of meaningful public participation cannot be salvaged by twiddling with conditions. In fact, the whole thing is going to become worse when Peabody inevitably come back seeking a variation of conditions. You have a historic, once only opportunity to rectify this flawed process. You could secure your reputations by embracing a bold vision, work alongside the residents to break away from dense, high-rise developments stifling London and blighting the lives of ordinary people. Realistic alternatives mean a park, community facilities, social housing, which does not impact on local residents. It does not mean a gated, high-rise, exclusive dwellings on this site. Show courage. I urge you, subject this application in its entirety.
Thank you very much. Pamela. Hi.
Hello.
This is Pamela Stewart. Thank you.
Yes, Pamela Stewart. I was a psychotherapist in Holloway. I'm a resident of Islington for over 40 years. I began working in Holloway in 1996, and I was there on the day in July 2016 when the flag over the prison was taken down for the last time. Tonight, I only have 2 reasons why the women's building plans are not adequate. I know there are other reasons and really good passion about the dislike of the plan, but I just want to speak very briefly about, 1, Holloway is a World Heritage Site. Think of how far Holloway progressed. When the Holloway closure came in 2016, how far the criminal justice system had moved from the days of torturing suffragettes to providing interventions to reduce reoffending. Interventions like a mother and baby unit, education, help with housing, mental health interventions, courses to maintain family bonds, therapy groups, individual therapy, which I was very honored to participate in. All so essential for the prevention of crime. This progress must be properly represented by an iconic building, a place of reference where scholars can come and women and children in the community can be supported. Now, not only is this a great idea in principle, it saves money in the long run because these kind of interventions cut down crime. The biggest statistic about why people go to prison is if their parent has gone. And this is an opportunity to cut in at the beginning to avoid this waste of human experience. What I learned at Holloway is that interventions work. If you don't believe me, I can tell you story after story of what women say who've had interventions at Holloway. Just to give you one example, Sandra, who was convicted for murder, I never would have come to prison if I had had access to the activities and interventions that were available to me in prison. Well, it sounds like she gained and we could gain, and definitely her children will gain from what she learned there. Maybe if I have quickly enough time for this big topic. Sarah, who managed to commit manslaughter, killing the pedophile who lived next door to her, said, "My children tell me I speak much better now. Now I don't stutter. They can see the good changes that came to me. Why did I have to get this from prison?" Remember these women's words. They're the legacy of the prison. Surely knowing what we learned, you can help us take the words of these inmates and give them a proper home. To conclude, just 2 points. The legacy and the space for therapeutic interventions for all are not represented by this offer. I'm afraid the cherry trees just don't cut it. There is much more to be done here, and please help us and the future for the safety of our community, for the now and for the future. It's really up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Linda Clark. Thank you, Linda.
My name is Linda Clark. I'm a local resident living on the Holloway Triangle. I'm also Environmental Officer for Islington South Constituency Labour Party and Holloway Ward, and Coordinator of Islington Labour Environmental Forum. I ask the committee to reject the application on the grounds of failure to comply with Islington Council and GLA policy and requirements, and above all, climate emergency targets. After the Edmonton incinerator saga, compliance with the Council's environmental policy should be top priority to combat climate change and ensure the health and well-being of Islington residents. In recent climate emergency UK research, Islington scored only 62% in its climate plans compared to Manchester's 87% and Hammersmith's 80%, placing it 12th amongst London boroughs. Whilst okay in measuring and setting emission targets, Islington scored only 8 out of 18 in terms of mitigation and adaptation, compared to Hammersmith's 18 out of 18. Peabody's planning application for the Holloway site, the borough's largest development, fails to address Islington's 2030 net zero carbon targets. For substantiation, please see page 162 of the Planning Department's report, in terms of net zero carbon on site and embodied carbon emissions, shockingly more than double the target, including heating demand, reuse of materials and renewable energy generation. Nor does the development, to quote, comply with passive house and or levy requirements. Why not? The Council's significant court case success against the Territorial Army site developer up the road, requiring adherence to SPD prerequisites, has reverberated throughout the country. Despite this, the proposals failed to keep to the Council's excellent SPD, as well as its capacity study and core strategy and the London Plan policy. In terms of density, which is over 200 units above the preferred option, and tall buildings, not to mention community facilities and the women's building. Not only does this represent a significant sacrifice of the quality social housing tenants deserve for quantity, thus failing to heed the warnings presented by Grenfell, but sends a dangerous message to developers that they no longer need to meet requirements. There are more transgressions. The Mayor's housing design quality guidance requires all new buildings a dual aspect, though the majority of flats proposed, particularly those for social rent, a single aspect according to the Mayor's definition, presenting significant overheating and ventilation problems. Islington's biodiversity emergency plan is undermined by overdevelopment of the site and its green space policy undersized by the equivalent of 6.5 tennis courts. Many flats fail to meet minimum daylight requirements and recommended BRE levels of annual sunlight. Surely targets are set, detailed requirements laid down and policies formulated in order to be complied with. I urge the committee to reject this application as below the standard of sustainability necessitated by the climate and COVID emergencies. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Marge Mayo. Thanks, Marge.
Thank you. I'm a local resident and I'm also involved in the co-housing group of the Campaign for Holloway. I want to speak about mixed housing tenure. Others are going to speak about it more generally, and I absolutely support the arguments that every block should be mixed tenure. But what I want to speak about is a very specific amendment to the conditions to have a mixed tenure block as an experiment, showing how, in an innovative way, mixed tenure can work and can build solidarity for the future for the site. Now, I think the block that would work very well for this is the block which contains the residence lounge, Block D. because tenants and residents together could actually manage that shared facility in socially inclusive ways, encouraging tenants and residents from across the development and beyond to participate in social and cultural activities together. And these facilities would be managed in absolutely open, transparent, and accountable ways. In addition, those who are actively involved would agree to provide each other with mutual support, which I think is very important in terms of building a sense of community on the site. Participation in that group would be entirely voluntary, so no social housing tenants would in any way be disadvantaged if they chose not to join the group. I think that's important because one of the council's anxieties about any kind of housing cooperative or co-housing initiative is that it would disadvantage social tenants who didn't want to be involved. But the involvement would be entirely voluntary. But of course, tenants and residents would be very welcome to join the group at any stage later. So if they saw it was interesting and working and wanted to be involved, then that would be absolutely fine. And the final point is that tenants and residents would collaborate very closely with the women's building group, and so would share the facilities. Now, I think this is absolutely achievable within the framework of the application as it stands, and I think conditions could be very easily modified to take account of this. So I really urge you to do that. If you're not convinced, please do ask me any questions later. And I do believe this could happen and it could really help to build community on this site. Thank you.
Thanks, Marge. Is Debbie here? Debbie Humphrey. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, I'm Debbie Humphrey, a housing and planning researcher from Oxford Brookes University. And myself and Andy Bain are speaking on behalf of Islington Homes for All and from the point of view of the social rent tenants. We submitted an objection to the Holloway Prison Plan and will highlight some of the key problems. First, I want to highlight the poor location of the social rent units, which constitute 42% of housing on the site. I'll compare their location to the private sale units, which constitute around the same percentage at 40% of housing on the site. So you'd expect their distribution to be comparable. I don't know if you've got the images that Karen distributed, but in the planning application, there's 5 blocks facing the main Parkhurst Road, and 3 of these are designated for social rent, whilst only 1 block is for private sale, and in fact that block doesn't face the road. We've calculated that 85% of all the housing on the polluted main road is for social rent. On the other hand, if you look at the blocks facing the park, 5 private sale blocks are facing the park, and part of 1 social rent block is facing the park. So very unevenly distributed. In a meeting, Peabody told us that the homes on the main road would have great views, but our objection is based on factors of health and cost. An estimated 25,000 vehicles pass on Parkhurst Road each day, so social tenants are disproportionately exposed to higher noise and pollution levels. The acoustics advice is that opening a window in this location will lead to higher noise levels than are recommended. To avoid excessive noise and pollution, the tenants are therefore more likely to shut their windows, which will lead to problems with airflow and heat control. Of course, using cooling systems to control the higher temperatures will cost money, and this will disproportionately impact social tenants who are on the lowest incomes. These problems relate to my second point, which is about misinformation on Peabody's application regarding the percentage of single aspect apartments, again disproportionately impacting social rent tenants. I don't know if you've got the image, but if you have, you'll see what we referred to as these stepped dual aspect windows. So they're kind of like bay windows. However, these windows are not in fact dual aspect, whatever the GLAR policy says. Because when all the windows are located on one side of the apartment, that means that the airflow is kind of across the stepped windows, but it doesn't circulate behind at all into the flat. So calculated properly, that means that 55% of the apartments in the current plan are in fact single aspect, subject to no airflow through the homes, which presents further risks of overheating. And due to the disproportionate number of social tenures that will be single aspect, this again means that those least able to afford it will have to pay more for cooling systems. And if they can't afford the cooling system, then they're going to face serious health problems. The high proportion of single aspect windows is non-compliant with GLAR design policy and guidance, Peabody's 2018 design guide and Islington's SPD. And the disproportionate impact of all these problems on social tenants is non-compliant with council policy calling for equity between tenures. This is particularly concerning given the huge public grants that Peabody has received to ensure a suitable social rent housing delivery. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So just to emphasise for the applicant when they come to speak, I know there's so many issues being raised, but we'd be really, really grateful if you could answer them when you come to speak. Thank you. Now, it's Andy.
Yeah,
Andy.
good evening from a very cold floor. Right, we welcome the commitment for no less than 42% social housing at council target rents. At the 7th of January joint planning meeting, the Peabody spokesperson firmly stated that they would not seek to they would not seek to reduce this percentage. And the council representative, Dermot Ward, said he was confident that the planning department would ensure that there would be no lowering of the 42%. This sounds good, but we at Islington Homes for All will not be dropping our guard and ask that at the first hint of any suggested change to the 42%, we are notified by the council. Now, we are opposed to shared ownership because it isn't affordable. With less than 10% ever buying outright and 80% don't even raise above their initial share. Now, this scheme has a 10-year limit, so most will move on, some to the council waiting list. To purchase a Peabody two-bedroom shared ownership property in Islington at a 25% share requires a household income of over £67,000. This is around double the income Islington non-owners, those that the intermediate housing is aimed at, they can't afford it. And added to the purchase costs are also the significant, unpredictable, uncontrolled service charges, repairs and rent charges. The supplementary planning document includes justification for replacing the 18% shared ownership with social rents, raising the share to 60%. Within sections 4.7 to 4.11, there are three obvious reasons to raise the social housing percentage. First, section 4.9 explains that the more dwellings, the more income, so a higher percentage of social housing can be afforded. Peabody's proposal for even more dwellings, 985, strengthens the case for an even greater percentage of social housing. Secondly, section 4.9 also explains that the scenarios for dwelling numbers and percentage of social housing are based on only one way that the site could be developed. But this could be done differently, and you can be sure that Peabody has optimised the return it will get, so allowing more housing, more social housing. The third and very significant influence is in section 4.11, which states that the scenarios tested above did not include provision for a grant. But the initial deal with the Ministry of Justice set out a 49.9 million grant and a 41.6 million loan, a total of 91.5 million for the sale price of 81.5 million. And later the GLA gave Peabody another £10 million grant to ensure the housing association, the social housing was at council target rents. Public land has been given to a private body to build much needed housing, so Islington Council should interpret their own SPD to maximise the social housing. The initial proposals for the residence lounge reflect the inequality planned between renters and owners. At the meeting referred to above, it was clear that the council representative was not happy about the divisive and market-driven suggestions for the lounge. It's under a private-only block, and the initial proposal was that private owners would have free access as they paid an additional service charge, whereas the renters, whose service charge is included in their rent, would have to pay to use the lounge. We asked the council not to allow this segregated nonsense, which does not anyway comply with their own policies with regards to inclusiveness and accessibility. And the last few seconds, whatever way this goes, and whatever pressures Peabody may exert later, I want to finish with just one submitted condition, that later a democratic tenants and residents association should be encouraged and recognised, and this will be, we will be working to ensure that this happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Andy said, is everybody very cold? Is everybody all right? Oh, okay. I don't know if anybody... My hands are cold, but I can see not everyone's got a coat on, but I apologise for the cold. Yes, thank you. I think someone's raised a hand, and if you can twiddle a button to make it less cold, that would be great. I was thinking of having a comfort break in about 15 minutes. Does that suit members? Does that suit? Yeah, okay, cool, okay. Well, look, sorry about the cold. Thanks, Dan. Jonathan, yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Ward. I've lived in Islington for 30 years. I'm a building engineer, and I provide independent advice on sustainability and the built environment for the Design Council and, in fact, the London Borough of Islington. I'm on the design review panel, but didn't comment on this project, very understandably. I'm going to address how this flagrant disregard of GLA and Islington policy and extreme density will lead to poor quality homes and public space. And you heard quite a lot about this already, and I'm going to try and skip out a few bits to get some other points. But I want to say that I really care about this. I work in the business of designing and building buildings, and I know how this can be done well. As Andy said, there's over £90 million of public money that has gone into this project by grant and loan. It's going to deliver 415 super badly needed homes in Islington, and it's a travesty that they're going to be of such poor quality. And when you talk about 5%, 10% of people are going to have a substandard thing, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of windows that are not getting minimum daylight and sunlight, etc. So we must recognise that the proposed number of homes is 36% more than the council's own capacity assessment for the site. That we should recognise that this will make St George's Ward the 12th most dense ward in London. That is the 12th densest place to live in London. In this little bit of Holloway that we all, between us, we love or we like, or is our home, we call our home. Do we really want to live in that kind of place with this kind of, you've heard what the imposition will be on the people living there, living around there already. What about those that are going to be living crammed cheek by jowl in that situation? We're talking buildings up to 15 stories, and they are 15 if you take the overrun, the plant on top of them, etc. They are up to 50 metres tall. That breaches explicit council policy by more than six full story heights. It totally busts all the tall building policy that Islington has so carefully written and consulted on in public. It just busts straight through that by 6 full floors. The spaces between the buildings will be like canyons, and I've picked out some images which you should have had circulated. They will be deep canyon spaces. And the buildings are huge. Block A, facing Bakersfield, it's 90 metres long. It's a huge building. No wonder they got such a bad impact on the neighbours. So I'm going to move on quickly past the single aspect and dual aspect issue. But I can categorically say to you that those homes facing Camden Road and Parkhurst Road will need to run their cooling to stay cool. And as we've heard, they are predominantly social housing. And we have not, there was a supplementary bit of information provided, but it does not tell us anything about those homes. All it tells us is about the private homes. So there's a lot of homes facing Camden Road and Parkhurst Road that are going to need to keep their windows closed. Are people going to be worried about their running costs and wondering how much their cooling is going to cost them? The extreme density means that internal conditions will be poor in other ways. Views will be poor. 210 rooms won't even get minimum recommended daylight levels. And annual sunlight levels will not be achieved in over 53% of the rooms in this development. Is it fair that our most needy will be given homes like this? How could members of the committee be prepared to approve social housing that needs air conditioning, has poor views, substandard daylight and sunlight, and are the most polluted and noisy flats? That is the question. And we turn to the outdoor space. This part of Islington has a recognised deficit of green space, but the public space proposal falls well short of the council policy requirement. And do you realise that actually once this is built, the amount of green space per person in the ward will actually fall because it's so dense? There will actually be a reduction in green space per person.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Can I finish with a couple more points?
One point and then...
The BRE sunlight assessment requires that individual amenity areas are studied to demonstrate that they receive more than minimum amounts of sunlight. But the sunlight assessment is incomplete and it does not study all the important areas. The prison memory garden, play areas, residence gardens, seating areas, they all are not studied and they're not considered.
Okay,
And the SPD, it calls for a high quality green space. The road is cutting across the site and will not be used for 2.5 years. It won't be used 2.5 years. That's what the application tells us.
Sorry.
And it cuts across the site and takes away all that park space.
Sorry, Jonathan, everyone else is stuck to their limit.
Yeah, we've been given a period which we can speak and we're still within it. It's fine.
No, we're not. You're over the time.
No, we were told, this is not what we were told.
It is what you were told.
It's not.
I'm going to take... What's the rate? Who's told 4 minutes? Who's gone to 4 minutes?
Yeah, it says 4 minutes.
Yes, you were told 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 minutes, followed by Laurencia Frimpong with 4 minutes and Nikki Gibbs at 6 minutes.
So you were told 4 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's clear.
Sorry, Jonathan.
I just would also clarify the play
I'm
spaces
sorry.
are
Everyone else is
fragmented
stuck to their
and
limit.
behind
I'm going
locked
to talk over
gates.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry, Laurentia, thank you. 4 minutes, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laurencia Frimpong. I'm a resident, a local resident, and a trustee of the community plan for Holloway. I'm also an active member of the Labour Party. Community cohesion is key on this site to create a successful and thriving community. Therefore, we suggest a mixed tenure within the block so that all can live in harmony, creating an inclusive environment. This includes all open spaces to be accessible to all residents with no room for segregation. There's a real sense that this plan lacks community facilities. There is no community center, and we have learned that there is not enough capacity at the local center nearby, such as Williamson and Hilldrop centers, for the potential addition of 3,500 new residents that will be on the site. It is obvious that the place like this big development is going to include a lot of children, and hence I emphasize the importance of having adequate facilities to enable them the space for learning and recreational activities that will help promote healthy, active integration of young people into the future society. Peabody's plans shows there is a private lounge on the site, but social tenants will have to pay as you go, whilst it is included in the service charges of the homeowners. This is segregation that potentially excludes the lowest income tenants and is not a good sign for integration. So we would like to suggest that should this go ahead, at least 50% of the residence lounge should be for community use, free of charge, making it accessible for all residents to mix together whatever their income. As we have heard, many issues of this plan disproportionately impacts on social tenants. The poor locational positioning, the disproportionate percentage of single aspect apartments, problems of pollution, noise, overheating, health, and higher costs. This is a non-compliant with the council's policy, which calls for, and I quote, affordable and private housing built to the same standards and indistinguishable from one another in terms of design, quality, appearance, and location on site. There should be no separation of amenity or facilities according to tenure. Social tenants need to be treated the same as everyone else on the site. Additionally, the women's building must have an independent governance structured to ensure it can meet women's needs. We should bear in mind that the prison site had been a place where a lot of discrimination and unfair judgment had been passed, incarcerating some of its people falsely and unjustly into the criminal justice system. Therefore, this new community should serve to bring people together, a place where people feel at peace, whether indoors or outdoors, and are encouraged to mix without segregation or discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laurentia. Thank you. So just to remind people, we're going to have a comfort break after the next speaker, if that's okay. Thank you very much. So that's 6 minutes, Nikki.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Shall I come a bit closer? I will begin with a quote from Professor Helen Pankhurst. The current women's building plans are tokenistic. The suffragettes who suffered in this space, on this piece of land, in order for half the population of the United Kingdom to be able to vote, deserve much better. The women of today who will use this space deserve much better. Virginia Woolf famously wrote that a woman needs a room of her own if she is to flourish. Well, women need a building of their own, and the former Holloway prison is the perfect place for it. In fact, it is the only place for it. Holloway Prison is home to 170 years of our nation and the world's collective social history. If nothing else, Islington's female councillors should remember who fought for their right to have a seat at the table today and honour their legacy. We are told that the current plan will provide the biggest community facility in the borough, but that does not make it a women's building. A 4-bedroom house may seem huge, but if you expect 5 families to live in it, it is unbearably cramped. Don't confuse a women's building with a flexible, all-purpose community facility. Women are always asked to be flexible, but flexible just means bending women's needs and dreams into whatever shapes and spaces are left over. HMP Holloway pioneered and housed some of the most progressive therapeutic and holistic services for women within the criminal justice sector, providing visionary, rehabilitative and reintegration support services is key to preventing reoffending. This is not just a moral issue, but saved millions of pounds in the long run. The Council's own SPD states that any replacement relocated facilities for the specific use be provided a level of accessibility and standard of provision at least equal to that of the existing facility. This amounted, you have a drawing I've given, this amounted approximately 4,600 square metres of usable, flexible room space. Yet the current plans offer a single floor. Let me repeat, a single floor. After you subtract the corridors, amenities, cafe, reception, rubbish and bike park areas, you are left with approximately 600 square metres of usable room space for services. That is just 1/7 of the space available to the women in the prison. Yet this 600 square metres is expected to additionally provide services for vulnerable women in the community, particularly young women, and to provide a hub for the 40+ women's organisations to deliver services from. We are told that the women's building is as big as the education block in the prison. There is no space allocated for the sort of education services provided by the prison in the plans. We are told that there will be a legacy garden. This garden receives very little sunlight, is overshadowed, overlooked by 3 tower blocks, and deemed unsuitable for seating due to the high draft factors. How does this garden How is this garden a contemplative space for vulnerable women or a fitting legacy? And no feasibility study, just, we'll see what we can fit in later. How does that meet the needs of women? The single floor is what the developer is prepared to offer at peppercorn rent. It does not attempt to meet the needs of women or honour the legacy. No wonder that almost 2 years ago, the council's design brief for the women's building was deemed inadequate by 24 out of 28 women's service providers who responded. Community Plan for Holloway has attended all the consultation sessions. Thousands of hours of unpaid time has been put in by the community to inform and guide what the women's building needs to be. Yet we have been told that our feedback has been taken into consideration. But in reality, the brief was never updated with our feedback until it was retrofitted into justify the final master plan submission. Logically, that means that none of the expert or community's detailed feedback to Peabody's plans has been considered. We are told that 2.9 million will be secured to fit out the women's building. What is the point of spending £2.9 million on fitting out a space that will not be fit for purpose and then refit it out because it's not suitable? Our feedback was consistent. The women's building should be a jewel in this legacy site's crown, a sort of kudos for the borough, source of kudos for the borough, the heart of a vibrant new community, to honour women and the prison's history, the tens of thousands of women incarcerated there, the staff who have worked there. Nothing less than a standalone building will do. Within the current plans, Block E2 is a perfect candidate for a fitting legacy, transformative, standalone women's building, with the existing single floor as a visionary, women-led community/commercial facility. The prison reform programme involves £1.3 billion of investment to modernise the prison estate and support rehabilitation. Why is some of this money not being invested in the Holloway Women's Building? And finally, a quote from Andrea Kumba, the CEO of the Howard League for Penal Reform, if I may, her quote.
One sentence, yeah.
It's her quote, thank you. If we are really serious about helping women, the proposed women building will need to be far more substantial than the proposed single floor offer. Clearly, history will not view these plans kindly, nor forgive the council if they passes them. Please show you care and defer or reject these plans. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. So, just before we have a comfort break, I just wanted to say, so after the next thing would be the applicant will talk for 50 minutes, which is as long as the objectors have had if you add it all up. I'm hoping the applicant will answer as many of the councillors' questions and the objectors' comments and questions that we've heard. Then we will have a chance for us, the councillors, to ask any questions to the applicant, and also if there's any objector still here, and I hope he will be, but thank you very much, because I'm sorry it's cold and it's all a bit separate. But thank you for staying here, and thank you also for the high quality of your objections. And then after that, then we will go into a session in public, but we will deliberate, and then we will come to the conclusion. I hope that's clear to everybody. So if we come back at 10 o'clock, is that all right? That's 12 minutes. Thanks very much.
I don't know, because it's effectively introducing new analysis that wasn't within the report, but this shows that I went through every
Okay, thank you. But if we could just do an inquiry of where our prep.
I know, Karen is equally angry.
Because I didn't eat anything during the pre-meet, so now I'm going to have to survive on my lunch. And so I went to get something. Yeah,
I'm really annoyed.
Yeah, so just maybe the cleaners put it somewhere or something. I don't know.
What happens? You have some liquor at gum.
No, I've got a chewing gum.
Do you want
Yes.
It needs some liquor gum. The issues.
environmental policy and accommodation?
Are you all right?
Space for teenagers, the Wi-Fi, the running costs of the Women's Centre.
In the back.
Cover that.
People follow you. Is that okay? Sorry, I know you've all been horribly separated. Sorry. The sooner we can start, the sooner. We have up to 50 minutes from the applicant now. The applicant's worked on this for a very long time, so I know there's a lot of feeling, but if you could show the applicant respect, which I know people are very angry. Thank you. I'm ready for you to go if you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Dick Mortimer. I'm the Sales and Development Director for Peabody. I was going to have a long speech, but I've decided that would be counterproductive for you two this evening. I can see from your reaction you applaud that.
We're happy. We want to listen to everything you've got to say, and
No,
we would love it.
I'm just going to say a
if
few
you
things.
answered all the points from the objectors and the councillors.
I'm just going to say a few things. The Peabody's been around since 1872, just 10 years since the Holloway prison site was first built. We've got over 6,000 homes in Islington. We're here for the long run. We're not here for the short run. And one of the things that we've really enjoyed doing over the last few years, in particular, since I've been working for Peabody, is developing schemes with the council. We've done some great schemes at Wharf Road. We've done some good schemes at Almeida Post Office site. And we've also done a fantastic scheme at Arundel Square, where we actually recreated a square in Islington, which goes back some years, which is how long I've actually been working for them. Anyway, without more ado, I think it's quite important to understand that we don't believe that we're here for short term. We are going to be the actual freeholders of this in the long term. And I'll get Tom Williamson, who's the project director for this, to take you through our response. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tom, the project director for Peabody on the former Holloway prison site. It is great to be in front of you here tonight and in person to deliver with your support 985 homes on this site, 60% of which will be affordable. The project team and I will be addressing the points made by those here tonight, whom we have been engaging with over the last 3 years, discussing these issues in detail. Before we get into these details, I want to take a moment to echo what Dick has said. Over 160 years of developing affordable homes, building communities and supporting our residents, we have gained much knowledge of what makes a home work and neighbourhoods thrive. We have over 6,000 homes in Islington, a real mix of Peabody at its best, from the Grade 2 listed Islington estate and the 19th century Clerkenwell estate to new homes on Caledonian Road and Wharf Road. Islington is a really important borough for us, and we're looking forward to adding a further 415 social rent homes in the borough through this scheme. Holloway provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in Islington to provide a significant number of affordable homes, a landmark women's building, 60 extra care homes, and a new public park. From the outset of this project, our vision was to deliver high-quality homes set around wonderful landscape spaces. We wanted to bring forward a Peabody legacy estate for the future and look forward to delivering on this vision. As I've said, we have previously discussed and responded to the points raised by those here tonight as part of our significant pre-submission consultation, where we've had open and honest conversations with the community, and we welcome their continued passion. Before the pandemic, we held several in-person events before adapting to online consultation during the COVID restrictions. We were pleased to be able to install an on-site marquee for further face-to-face events when the restrictions eased in the run-up to submission. For these events, we took out local newspaper adverts and distributed over 10,000 flyers to residential businesses and addresses surrounding the site, and we continue to update our website to keep the public up to date on our activity. We held regular meetings with Community Plan for Holloway and others over the pre-submission period. This is in addition to the consultation on the Women's Building Brief conducted by Islington officers and the future feasibility study, which we look forward to commencing with officers. Alongside this, we have met with local TRAs and individual residents to discuss our plans. In response to feedback from consultation, we have made alterations to the scheme. This includes relocating play space from rooftops to ground level, reducing the height of some buildings, introducing setbacks to some buildings, and increasing the size of the women's building. We've also welcomed the public onto the site, providing over 200 tours of the former prison. Mount View have held student performances on site, telling the story of Holloway through the performing arts, and Powerplay commissioned a film on site, focusing on women with lived experience. Through these endeavours, the consultation events in person and online, the Community Plan for Holloway meetings, the meetings with TRAs and neighbours, the Women's Building consultation, and the numerous meanwhile uses, we have gained a deep understanding of the legacy of this site and what is required from our proposals. From the hundreds of hours of consultation, it is clear the community want affordable homes, an exemplary new park, and a women's building, all of which we are delivering. You've heard tonight that our proposals are too dense, too high, and not affordable or sustainable. I'll respond to these comments raised, and the technical team are here to answer any further questions you may have. The density of the scheme is justified through a carefully considered design-led approach to the site in close consultation with your design officers. Through this extensive, detailed technical work, we have a scheme that balances density with design and allows us to provide excellent quality homes, 71% of which will be family-sized. Height is positioned towards Camden and Parkhurst Road, the primary urban route, marking the entrance of a significant new public park and women's building. By being taller here, we can be lower at the other edges of the site. The footprint of the buildings that exceed 30 metres account for just 5% of the site area. The tallest building delivers the women's building and 100% social rent homes, with great views of the public park and the widest London skyline. This site has been referred to as a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and the opportunity to do something great is real. One of our early design commitments was to work with the existing landscape, keeping a sense of place for Holloway that helps to honour the legacy. We have developed a landscape-led master plan set around the existing mature trees of the prison garden to create an exemplary new neighbourhood. The legacy of the site is extremely important to us. We have expanded the prison garden to provide a new 1.4-acre public park. This park will provide quality destination play facilities, and we will have play for all ages to enjoy across the site. The park will also include a memory garden, a place for people to reflect as we are mindful of the history of this site. To retain elements of this history, through careful design, we have been able to retain 29 trees and 3 tree groups. This includes the Category A London plane tree, which will mark the entrance to the public park. Further to this, the 3 cherry trees currently within the prison garden will be transplanted to the women's building garden. A further 364 trees will be planted as part of our proposals, a net gain of 310 trees. Beyond the public park, we look forward to creating the nature garden, which will include garden allotments and children's mud kitchens for the community to enjoy. We have created an ecologically rich landscape that delivers diverse planting, bat and bird boxes, and a net biodiversity gain of 16%, exceeding the national standard of 10%. These design measures, the 1.4-acre public park, the play spaces for all ages, all at ground floor and exceeding GLA and Islington requirements, the nature garden, the retention of trees and the introduction of 364 new trees, and the increased biodiversity will all help to create a fantastic open space for new residents and the wider community to enjoy. All the open places exceed the policy requirements for sun on ground, and this is one of the many areas where we go beyond policy to deliver an exceptional scheme. You have heard that the road is going to dominate the site and the park will be shaded. We have worked hard in collaboration with officers to make what we believe to be a high-quality community. The proposed service road is the most efficient layout for the site, limiting the land take from the park to maximise the open space, as demonstrated in the committee report. Another matter we have discussed at length with neighbours and the community groups is routes through the site. For 170 years, the site has been locked away, and our challenge has been to reconnect this part of Islington and restitch the site into the context. As part of extensive consultation, we have met with our neighbours to understand how we can open up routes through the site. We are working with Islington, TfL, Notting Hill Genesis and the City of London to make these new connections possible. The currently awkward pedestrian access from Hill Martin Road across Parkhurst Road will be improved to deliver a direct pedestrian route to the main entrance of the public park. We will also be creating a new pedestrian entrance off Treecastle Way to improve the accessibility of the site. By improving connections and creating new connections, we are able to welcome our neighbours and wider communities into the public spaces. Getting to this master plan is the result of great collaboration. This proposal is the culmination of 3 years of design work with officers. We have had regular pre-app meetings, 5 design review panels, and a number of members' briefings. In truth, this is our 3rd master plan. Having listened to members, officers, and the community, we have not been afraid to go back to the drawing board and start again to meet the challenges you have set us. This master plan meets the challenges because you all collectively have worked with us and encouraged us to deliver improved connectivity and permeability, both physically and visually. This master plan is better because it has 15 buildings and not 5. This master plan is better because 94% of homes have stepped or corner dual aspect. This master plan is better because the light to the public spaces, homes, is exceptional. Because Islington and the community have encouraged us through this process, these improvements have reduced the height, changed the plan, reduced the density, and improved the quality of the public spaces, and we are proud to present it to you today. On this point, you have heard tonight that the new homes are, for various reasons, not good enough. Based on our extensive experience of creating communities and great places to live, we feel passionately that the proposals are of the highest quality. You have a thorough and extensive policy framework which sets out in detail how the homes we want to deliver should be designed. We have worked very closely with your design officers to arrive at our proposals, which provide 985 excellent quality homes that have been designed every step of the way to be tenure blind. 71% of the homes are for families, and we have consciously excluded studio flats from this scheme. We are creating a close-knit community irrespective of tenure. All homes either meet or exceed size and amenity space standards and are generous in volume, meeting Islington's robust policy for floor-to-ceiling heights. The homes incorporate all of our experience of making successful communities and excellent homes. They will be places where people want to live. Holloway will be a community that thrives because your policies and because we know how to make estates work. These design proposals, the 71% family homes, the 0 studios, the provision of private amenity space to all homes, be it balconies, terraces or front gardens, and the 60 dedicated extra care homes, all lay the groundwork to creating an inclusive new community. As part of this, we are delivering 120 wheelchair homes, providing 21 additional wheelchair homes beyond policy, with wheelchair homes provided across all tenures, phases and flat types. We have spoken to Disability Action in Islington about how the site can respond to a variety of accessibility needs, and we will continue to do so throughout the construction phases. The internal daylight and sunlight results have also been questioned this evening. The results, simply put, are some of the best our consultants have ever seen, far exceeding policy and better than other recently consented Islington schemes. Islington set us the challenge to be exemplary, to have 2% average daylight factor, when 1.5% average daylight factor is the norm across London. Encouraged by officers, we have met this challenge. We have designed and changed, tested and redesigned all buildings at every level. Now more than 93% of the homes meet this more challenging target. You have heard this evening that our proposals impact the daylight and sunlight to neighbouring properties. The prison presents a fortified and inward-looking built form that turned its back on its surroundings. Over many decades, housing developments have been constructed, often built up close to the prison boundaries with windows directly overlooking the site. The site also has a significant gradient from east to west, adding a further complexity to any proposed development's relationship with its neighbours. With these constraints, we have worked hard to limit the impact to our neighbours. We have held meetings with neighbours and our daylight and sunlight consultant to clearly explain the results and what it means to those residents. We have assessed the impact to neighbours' PV panels, going beyond policy. We have also arranged access into neighbouring properties to ensure accuracy of those home layouts. To reduce the daylight impact to neighbours, we have stepped down Block E1 and also reduced the height of Block E2. Block A1 and A2 is also stepped to reduce the daylight impact to the Bakersfield estate. We are conscious of the comments on overlooking, and in the locations where we are closer to neighbours, we have worked hard to avoid overlooking and to improve the separation distances. For example, blocks E1 and E2 are both beyond 18 metres from the homes on Penderyn Way. We have designed inset balconies on E1 to reduce overlooking, and on E2 we have moved balconies away from neighbours as a direct result of consultation. We have worked with officers to improve aspects. Of the 985 homes, 49% have a corner aspect and 45% have a stepped access, with large windows at 90 degrees to each other to give views in two directions. 94% of the homes, therefore, have either a corner aspect or stepped access. This rises to 99% for the social rent homes. This approach creates demonstrably improved daylight and ventilation, as well as better views with no north-facing single-aspect homes at all. Therefore, 93% of the homes have 2% ADF, the improved, more challenging target, and 96% meet the 1.5% ADF target. 94% are dual aspect, and this rises to 99% for the social rent homes. These results are exceptional, and they highlight the quality of the homes proposed. 60% of the homes will be affordable. This is above and beyond policy requirements. We will be providing 415 homes for social rent. This quantum is the equivalent to the housing waiting list of 2 Islington wards. As part of this affordable offer, we will also be delivering an extra care block of 60 social rent homes for residents with care needs. This includes dedicated social spaces, additional care facilities, and a sensory garden. Excluding the extra care homes, 87% of the social rent homes are family homes, which directly responds to the housing need in Islington. 100% of first lets will be granted to Islington, and 95% of all relets. There is also further commitment for 5% of these homes to be reserved for women with experience of the criminal justice system. We will also be providing 178 shared ownership homes. Shared ownership is a much demanded intermediate housing product in Islington and has an integral role providing for a large population that cannot access market housing. You've been told that the affordable homes are located in secondary locations. We do not agree with this statement. Affordable homes have been evenly distributed across the site, with each phase delivering over 50% affordable. All the edges of the master plan have a mix of market and affordable accommodation, and all tenures are represented along Camden and Parkhurst Road. Of the 11 buildings that have a direct view of the public park, 6 have affordable accommodation. The tallest, most prominent building in our master plan is Block C1. This is a social rent building celebrated as the landmark building for the site, at the most prominent and important location in the master plan. The architecture of Block C1 is of exceptional quality, with curved balconies, multicoloured patterned brickwork, and fine quality glazing and entrances. This is a building that is proud of its place in the master plan, with fantastic views across London. On the eastern side of the master plan, there are 2 communal courtyards which provide secure, safe, external space for residents. Both courtyards have a mix of tenures with affordable and market buildings sharing the same excellent external amenity with generous landscaping and an excellent quality of light. On the western side, the social rent extra care building occupies the quietest location in the master plan, with communal spaces at ground floor and at roof terrace level, plus the sensory garden. The 3 buildings that centrally stand along the public park connect at ground level to create a shared tenants and residents facility available for use by all residents, irrespective of tenure. Through our approach to affordable homes, with 87% of social rent homes being family homes, with every home designed to be as good as every other in a truly tenure-bind approach, with affordable homes being evenly distributed across the site, with the landmark building being for social rent and a tenants and residents facility available for use by all residents, we are creating a sustainable neighbourhood for the future. There have been some observations tonight that the homes will overheat and need air conditioning. We've undertaken a detailed study testing layout, orientation, window sizes and external walls. All homes pass the overheating assessment and are policy compliant. Passive measures, such as reducing window sizes and increasing openings for ventilation, have been prioritised for mitigating overheating. All homes will have openable windows. Due to the acoustic requirements along Camden and Parkhurst Road, 28% of homes require mechanical ventilation with tempered air, so that residents can control the internal temperature on the hottest days without needing to open a window to avoid any noise from the road. Of the remaining homes, 65% comply with passive mitigation measures and only 8% require mechanical ventilation with tempered air to achieve overheating compliance. Mechanical ventilation with tempered air is not air conditioning, and such a mitigation measure is not uncommon in housing developments. We estimate that it might be used for around 60 hours per year, which works out at just over £5 of electricity. We will submit further detailed assessments by condition to ensure acceptable levels continue to be delivered, and where possible we will deliver further passive measures to secure further improvement.
Sorry, Tom, can I just interrupt you a second? Is it okay with the committee if we continue beyond 10:30? Is that all right? Sorry, Tom, carry on.
Our proposals are highly sustainable. We have designed the external walls to have truly excellent thermal performance with a better U value than the passive house target, which reduces the energy requirement to heat the home. All homes will be heated by sustainable air source heat pumps positioned on the roofs. We have worked the roofs hard to accommodate the heat pumps, resident amenity space and photovoltaic panels. Through post-submission discussions with officers, we've been able to upgrade the photovoltaic panels to a more efficient specification, further reducing the energy costs of the building. As part of the pre-application process, we work closely with officers to undertake a net zero carbon assessment, which is not a policy requirement. The outcome of this assessment has enabled us to go beyond policy once more and introduce further measures to reduce the embodied and operational carbon in the development. These measures include the reduction of screed, changing the refrigerant in the air source heat pumps and exposing the ceilings to the bin stalls and bike stalls. This will be a car-free development, encouraging residents to walk, cycle or use public transport. Over 1,800 cycle spaces will be provided. All 30 wheelchair accessible parking spaces will have an electric vehicle charging point on day one, again going beyond policy. Peabody are committed to taking positive action to reduce the impact of climate change and have been awarded the Certified Sustainable Housing label. We will continue to explore ways to improve the sustainability of the scheme as technologies improve over the coming years, and this obligation will be secured in the Section 106 agreement. Regarding the existing buildings, 99.5% of materials will be recycled and used as part of the construction process. We are also speaking to a variety of charities and theatre groups about the reuse of specific materials on site. This includes providing 50 beds to a theatre company who want to use them as seats for their productions. Therefore, our sustainability measures include excellent external wall thermal performance, upgraded PVs, a net zero carbon assessment which reduced the embodied and operational carbon. 99.5% of the existing buildings will be efficiently recycled, a car-free scheme with electric vehicle charging points on day one for all wheelchair spaces, a carbon offset contribution of 1.5 million, and a secured sustainability review in the Section 106 to allow Peabody to demonstrate further improvements we make during the delivery of the scheme. This is our vision for a sustainable development and community, and at the heart of this community is the Women's Building. When we started consulting in 2019, there was a long list of aspirations for the Women's Building, some complementary, some conflicting. We have, from the outset, sought to work with the people in this room and many stakeholders, charities, service providers and women with lived experience to ensure the space we provide, measuring 1,489 square metres, the size of 30 new homes or a two-form entry primary school, will meet the needs of the organisations that will call it home in a few years. We will deliver a landmark women's building which will honour the legacy of the site and will be a transformative centre for established women's services to operate safely and securely. The women's building recognises the importance of services provided at Holloway Prison by providing a new building twice the size of the education block in the former prison to be the largest building of its kind in London, complete with a private garden. Led by a female design team working in an Islington-based architectural practice, and here tonight to answer any questions you may have, we have worked very closely with design officers and women's organisations to design a space that far exceeds the women's building brief and provides flexible spaces for the final operator. The building successfully balances more open and public-facing spaces with anonymous access to support privacy and safety of some user groups. The space is intelligently arranged into 4 distinct quads, each able to be accessed and used independently. The building has been designed with long-term flexibility in mind, with generous inbuilt storage, allowing it to meet the needs and adapt to the evolving needs of different user groups. The facade treatment of the women's building is appropriately distinct and legibly differentiated to further highlight its importance. The women's building also benefits from a dedicated 540 square metre garden, enclosed by a secure brick boundary wall for user privacy. Mature tree canopies provide secluded seating pockets for one-to-one support and mentoring. Islington led the calls for a women's building when the prison closed in 2016. Islington has led on the consultation for the brief for the women's building and has led on consulting value partners. We look forward to working with Islington on the feasibility study for the women's building to ensure the right services are identified. We then look forward to working with officers to identify the final operator of this space who will benefit from a peppercorn rent in perpetuity. Our women's building offer includes a 1,489 square metre space, twice the size of the education block and exceeding the council brief of 800 square metres to a maximum of 1,200 square metres. It includes 4 distinct quads with flexible uses, an exceptional facade design and a private garden, all at a peppercorn rent. We are very proud of the proposals for the women's building, although I accept we were never going to please everyone with the final design. Requests and demands from the public have, at times, been conflicted. We have always done all we can to treat this issue with the care it deserves and listen to a range of voices, not just the loudest. Through all this work, the affordable homes, the retention of trees, the memory garden, the women's building, is the legacy of the site. This we will honour with a heritage plan. We have learned lots about the history of the site through the hundreds of tours we have held with women with lived experience and former employees. We have now finalised our initial legacy report, a study we commissioned with Islington Heritage Team to undertake to ensure the legacy of the women who are incarcerated within the prison and the important features of the prison itself are effectively recorded and meaningfully reflected within the development. Women with lived experience, former employees, groups and the local community all took part in this report. This initial report will be submitted to officers for approval and once approved will form part of the basis of a heritage plan for the site. The plan will include public art and we are excited to be working with women's organisations and the local community to develop this plan through to delivery. Through our work, we have learned that along with access to affordable housing, access to employment is a major challenge for women leaving prison. To ensure we are doing what we can with the powers we have, we've agreed employment obligations that again go beyond policy. We are pleased to provide an on-site green skills hub which will provide targeted sustainability training for local people. We will also have 51 apprentices during construction with a 30% target for women. To assist with this, Peabody is a founding member of the Women's Trade Network, which provides training and employment opportunities for women entering the trade industry. The completed development will create up to 269 permanent jobs across the estate management, the tenants and residence facilities, the extra care block, the women's building and the commercial units. I've nearly finished and I will stop talking soon, but I do want to touch on the stewardship of the site. Importantly, Peabody will retain the freehold interest of this development and will be responsible for the estate management of the buildings and the green space, as we are across our extensive portfolio. Having this long-term stewardship, we have carefully designed the scheme for our future residents, for functionality and for longevity. We have chosen robust, high-quality materials that will complement the surroundings and that will stand the test of time. Beyond the buildings, we are experiencing creating and sustaining communities and look forward to ensuring the new Holloway community is supported and integrated within the wider community. We will be delivering a community engagement plan as part of our proposals to further demonstrate this commitment. Our proposals, which include the generous public spaces maintained by Peabody, the tenant and residence facilities, which will be open to all residents regardless of tenure, commercial spaces, activating Parkhurst Road and providing further placemaking opportunities, the women's building, and the mix of tenures evenly distributed across the site. These will all help to ensure a sustainable and inclusive community is created. Furthermore, Peabody has shown a commitment to becoming an Islington anchor institution, which demonstrates how Peabody is taking further steps to supporting Islington communities. I want to close by saying we are very pleased to be delivering on the supplementary planning document, but also to be going beyond policy in many areas to create a fantastic place for people to live and spend time. We are proud to be honouring the important legacy of the site and to be making a significant contribution to tackling the borough's affordable housing crisis. We have come a long way from the first designs, radically altered through consultation. I am pleased and proud to be here to discuss our proposals that include a high-quality design, landscape-led, tenure-blind development with 60% affordable housing, including 415 social rent homes, 60 extra care homes at social rent, 71% family homes, 12% wheelchair housing, a 1,489 square metre women's building, 51 construction apprentices, and up to 269 permanent jobs, and an outstanding new public park for Islington. We look forward to the opportunity to deliver these benefits, to welcome a new community to Holloway, and to provide 415 households on your waiting list with a new high-quality social rent home. Thank you for your time. I will now respond to a few further questions that were raised during the discussions as well. The first one was surrounding the resident facilities. To be clear on this, this is not for profit and will be run at cost, and it will be open to all residents regardless of tenure. We support the idea for a TRA being set up and we'll be very welcome to go ahead and proceed with that suggestion. On the point around the community centre, there's a report from 2020 which shows that there is currently no demand for a new community centre within Islington, and there is also a still contribution that we'll be making to Islington of £13.6 million, which could go towards improving and doing further things within those existing community centres. On the point around tenure distribution, I just wanted to highlight the point around the query around Camden and Parkhurst Road. Along that elevation and looking onto Camden Road, 40% of the homes are social rent, with the remainder being shared ownership or market. On the dual aspect point, I'd also wanted to make clear around the stepped access. These are windows at 90 degrees to each other, and each window roughly measuring 3 metres by 3 metres. So you've got a 9 square metre space there. It's a usable space where you could have a dining table, a sofa. It's not simply a bay window.
It is simply a bay window.
Sorry, could you... Sorry, please, could you... The Peabody were very quiet when the objectors were speaking. Could you kindly let Peabody continue? Thank you. I'm sorry, we're going to have to... Thank you. Would you like to continue, please?
On the point around the women's building garden, I just wanted to reaffirm that the Sun on Ground BRE guidance has been met there. It does receive, it's a beyond policy for Sun on Ground. In terms of the concerns around potential antisocial behaviour, you know, as the long-term steward for the site, we would obviously share any concerns on that. There will be obviously natural surveillance, the site will be managed by Peabody, and there is a security condition as part of the planning conditions, and we will consult with the Met Police to ensure all necessary requirements are completed. And just on the play space, I wanted to be clear that it is not segregated by tenure, and that there is play space for teenagers, which include outdoor board game tables, as well as table tennis and hammocks. So that is being provided currently, but there will also be a planning condition for that, and we'll have to submit our final proposals for approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Are there any questions for any of the objectors or for the applicant? Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Do you want to go round? Is that what you prefer? Would you prefer me to go round? Okay, we'll go round. Okay, but we'll start with Councillor Jackson anyway.
Oh, okay. Just, thank you. Firstly, I'm curious because we've kind of raised this, and that's to the applicant, around the provision of options for young people. There's a lot of accommodation that's been provided, and we personally, I think we welcome that. However, the fact that there's not been attention paid to that after it's been raised, I'm not too sure if the applicant's not paying attention to what has been raised over the period of time, because right now I'm still not sure. I think I can see provision about commercial spaces, but yet we're talking about a community that's going to be there for a long time, and there's no such provision. Is there any reasoning around that, why that wasn't sort of paid attention to? I'm really curious.
Sorry, apologies, are you saying around the play space provision?
The spaces for young people, it does state here that there is actually nothing for the young people. Young teenagers, nothing. Are they not going to live there?
No, we do expect them to live there, and we, as a long-term steward, we want to make sure we do create that community that we intend to have there. We do meet and exceed the policy requirements for play space across all ages, so we have got requirements in there that meet requirements and go beyond policy. We have the 1.4 acre public park, which provides further recreation facilities as well there. So we feel like we have met the policy on that aspect.
Well,
okay, Councillor. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor.
I guess I'm really trying to push the applicant a little bit to say, are we saying this is the best we could have offered for young people?
We are confident with our proposals we put forward through the consultation process. I would say, however, the landscaping will be conditioned, and so we will have to submit our final plans on a phase-by-phase basis for approval by officers. And then there's already a condition to include gym space now, which isn't currently included, but it's now been conditioned to require that. So there are options there to...
There are options.
So there's gym has been required as one of the planning conditions now.
This may be something on which you want to make a condition of the planning.
Okay.
If you wish. I'm going to just go the other way, if that's okay, Councillor Wayne. So, Councillor Convery, do you have any?
Councillor Poisler, can we just come in very briefly on the matter? There is a condition 52, which is attached to the addendum report, which basically states that prior to the occupation of each phase of the development, details of the on-site play space provision shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The details submitted shall ensure sufficient play space provision for each phase, with all age groups catered for on site, and include details of maintenance of play equipment. The total play space provision for the development shall be 5,292 square metres. So there is a specific condition requesting details of that, and the condition is explicit that that play provision should address the needs of all age groups.
That's page 45. Do you want to see it? Or?
It's...
Okay.
Pass it on.
Yeah, I'll pass it on.
Chair, can I just ask a clarification question directly related to this?
I've marked it. Sorry.
Chair, do you mind if I just ask a clarification question directly?
You may. Thank you, Councillor Williamson.
This may be a bit slightly daft question. When we say all ages, are we being very explicitly clear up to the age of 18?
I think there may be a case for a condition that clarifies the all ages, exactly what we mean by all ages.
Up to 18? Up to 8 or beyond.
Well, we'll
but-
think of, if you could
yeah.
think of some words, we might get an officer to help with us.
Okay.
But when all ages is just one, it's just 3 words, and I think we could be clearer what we mean and what we hope to see. Sorry, Councillor Kay.
Could I just ask another clarification on that point?
Yes, you may.
I guess, I think what Councillor Jackson may have been trying to say, sorry if it wasn't, was that we've repeatedly asked for details on this, and now the conditions are written by the officers. So the surprise here is that the applicant doesn't have more of an offer for us, I think, for me personally.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Right, I'm now going to go to...
Can I respond to that? Or,
yes,
yeah.
yes, sorry.
So just to be clear on the play provision for teenagers, it includes table tennis, rope climbing, outdoor board games such as marbles, and an informal lawn areas and hammocks. So those are our proposals. As I was saying, there's also a condition for gym equipment now, and it will all be conditioned with what our final proposals are. But we personally feel like we are addressing all the age ranges, and we are over-providing on play space in total.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Kay, sorry.
That's all outdoor. Is there an indoor provision?
No, so we do have the resident and tenants and residents facility, which will be open to all residents on the development as well. The final uses for that aren't yet determined, but that will be available for those residents.
Okay. Councillor Convery.
Thank you. Dick has reminded us of the history of Peabody and Islington and Family Mosaic too, and it's a sizable footprint. So a lot of this debate for us is about that trusting relationship between Islington and Peabody. But Peabody is not the only actor here. You have a partnership with London Square. London Square gets one mention in the report in front of us. Can you just explain to us what is the division of roles and responsibilities between Peabody and London Square?
Yes, of course. So London Square are our construction partner for the scheme. So they are acting as main contractor and will deliver out the scheme and build the scheme out.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, let me ask you this. On page 296 of our report, we're told that the scheme was projecting a deficit of £44 million. Is that still the case?
Yes, our viability assessment has a deficit at that.
Okay. Can I ask you how are you going to shoulder that loss?
Well, we hope over time. The viability assessment is taken at a point in time, and it's not based on, it's completely objective. We would hope over time sales values could rise to help shorten that, and within our report there's a sensitivity analysis completed to show if cost went one way and sales went the other way, it could start to go towards reducing that deficit and going towards zero.
Indeed, we've commissioned a viability assessment which suggests that it is indeed going towards zero. It's perhaps 3 million or so rather than 44 million. You think that's the case?
On that one there's the difference. So what I would say is the inputs into both appraisals are agreed, costs, revenues are all agreed. The difference is around the benchmark land value that's been applied to the scheme, and that's the difference of opinion.
So when you say to us that, for example, London Living Rent or covering the 2.9 million on the Women's Centre, that's not viable, viability is a moving target, is it not?
No, the viability assessment is a present-day objective view which shows what the land can support, and we are agreed that there is a deficit, and the benefits that we're providing we can't do any more as the scheme is agreed to be in deficit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Picknell.
I don't have anything at the moment.
Councillor Wolf.
I just wanted a bit more clarification on the social tenant distribution. There was a bit of an interruption, but were you refuting the claim that social tenants aren't disproportionately located on Parkhurst Road. I think you gave a slightly different statistic to what objectors have presented. And then there was a comment about bay windows and it being nice. So I just needed a bit more clarification around this issue, please.
Of course. So along Camden and Parkhurst Road, we've looked at every home that's facing onto the road. 40% of those are social rent. So the remainder are shared ownership and market.
Okay. Sorry. Please. Sorry. We cannot continue the meeting with this disturbance. If you continue to interrupt these proceedings, I may have to ask you to leave in accordance with Procedure Rule 53(2) of the Council's Constitution. Okay? Thank you. Sorry, were you saying?
Sorry, no, I just had a point of clarification. Could you also give us the figure because I think you've broken it down into social, as a whole, for affordable housing, how much is, because you've kind of broken it down further and used social, but I know the framing of affordable housing, how much affordable housing is facing out into Camden Road, Parkhurst Road, please? Not the social rent and shared, because shared ownership and social rent has been packaged as affordable housing. So it might be semantics, but I wouldn't want us to inadvertently be misled. So I just want to be clear, how much affordable housing is facing out into Camden Road, Parkhurst Road, please?
Yeah, of course. Apologies. I thought the original thing I was responding to was around social rent. So it's 40% social rent. And just looking through the figures now, it's 53% would be shared ownership and 7% would be market of facing Camden Road.
So the total would be
93 in total.
Okay.
93%, 40% social rent, 53% shared ownership, and 7% market.
Okay, so it's overwhelmingly the affordable housing that's phasing out into the Parkhurst Road, Camden Road. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So, okay. Yeah. Councillor Kay.
Okay. So I think the first few questions that I have are sort of in relation to what you said about wanting to build a sustainable and inclusive community. And you've always said that, and your architects talked a lot about placemaking. And I guess for me, it's not clear how you aim to do that if you don't provide enough communal space, particularly indoor space in this case. You sort of alluded to the fact that you changed your mind and have renamed the residence lounge to a residence space, but what does that actually mean? And some of the questions that I asked in the previous bit that you would have heard me ask the officers, but they weren't quite ready with the answers, and they said you would be, were around broadband provision, around energy costs, and then if you could answer those ones first, and I'll go on to some questions about the women's building.
Sure. So yeah, in terms of spaces inside, we have the residents and tenants facilities, which are at the ground floor of Block D. The uses in those spaces are yet to be determined. We will, as part of consultation, working with residents, we'll work out what those spaces could be. Indicatively, so in our design and access statement, we have shown a gym, a lounge workspace, a dining room, and a screening room. And those spaces will be available to all residents, and it will not be run for profit. It will be run at cost. And as it was mentioned, we're very happy to set up a TRA to work and use that space.
I'm going to push you. I still don't really understand. If it's those spaces in that description is quite close to a community centre, but you just mentioned some sort of report that said that you thought Islington didn't need another community centre.
So it's not a community centre in the sense that it will be used by residents only and not the wider community outside of Holloway, outside the Holloway development who aren't residents. It was said that there's a report and it was agreed as part of this process, that there was no further need for any additional new community centres as part of this offer.
But you heard from one of the objectors that, from the Bakersfield estate, that they have nowhere to meet on that estate. Why would that be an issue if they used these premises, if you're trying to build a community?
Well, there would be no nothing stopping a resident bringing a friend into the site, but it's clear that it's a space for the residents of the site. It'll be run at cost and not for profit. And there are a number of community centres in the wider area already, and that was part of the decision that was made, that there wasn't a need for another community centre here because there is adequate provision already in the area. And I think I'd highlight again that we will be making a £13.6 million contribution in SIL, which could then be used for those community centres as well.
I think that's William Street and Hillgrove, isn't it?
Yes, those are very close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it still sounds a little bit like a cinema and a gym, which I can see how that's a nice provision for the private flats that you intended this to be used for when you first suggested it. I'm not really clear how that's community space still. Anyway, I'll move on to a question about the women's building. So you spoke about how you want to deliver a landmark women's building. But what you read in the report is that the only thing that you've committed to is a shell and core building. Can you explain to us that gap?
Yes, so the scheme, the viability assessment has concluded that the scheme is in deficit, and therefore we are unable to fund the fit out of the women's building as a result of that. However, the recommendation for granting the permission is conditional on funding being found to fit out that women's building. So we can't actually get a consent or start on site without that funding being found for the women's building. So the very mechanism is securing that funding, and so the women's building will be fitted out, but we need to find funding for that.
So let's follow that up. So other than the council employing a senior member of staff to follow this through, is there any indication from anybody anywhere that there will be some money for this? I mean, you fit it out, you pay for that, I get that, but then someone's got to pay for the running cost.
Yeah, they're not fitting
whatever's that.
Sorry, it's a question about running costs.
You said well, okay, you're not getting it out, but I mean, there are these rooms there, this for the women's centre.
Shell and core.
The shell, exactly. And there would then be a running cost, presumably, of whatever is in there. Is there any indication from any organisations that they would want to be in there?
Well, this is why we'll be conducting a feasibility study with officers to undertake, the understanding and the study of the management and future use of that space, and that will look at funding models for future occupiers to run and manage those spaces. And then once we've completed the feasibility study, we will then go out and find an operator for that space as well.
What sort of funding model might be?
That's what the feasibility study will determine, and that's something that we've committed to working with officers and funding that feasibility study to find out those answers to move forward with that women's building.
Okay.
I just don't understand how you can say that you're delivering a landmark women's building when you're delivering a shell of a building, and you're essentially saying, oh yeah, we can't proceed with this until the rest of the money is given to us so we can complete this job that we said we would do before. You're essentially saying that the council has to find this money for you.
No,
so, no?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
So we're not saying that. We're saying that we can't proceed with the development at all until funding is found.
Right.
As it was stated in the presentation, that might be through SIL. It could be through other funding that's found elsewhere. We can't pay for it ourselves as the scheme is in deficit, but the obligation is on us to fit out that women's building. So it's around where that funding comes from, but there is an obligation on us to fit out that women's building.
Yeah, but that's all you're going to do, isn't it? Fit it out.
Correct.
No, yeah. But they're not going to fit, they're going to fit it out if someone pays them to fit it out. So that's not fitting something out. I mean, you've discussed with Councillor Convery your viability. You obviously don't put too much stock in it because you wouldn't be pursuing this project if you did. As you said, house prices will increase. In Islington, house prices have increased, about 6% every year for the past decade. So our viability assessor, our independent assessor, thinks that it's only 3 million in deficit after 1 year of property prices going up. That's in profit. So why can't you find that 2.9 million if you want to deliver a landmark women's building?
Because the scheme, so the viability assessment, it's an objective review of the scheme, and it's been agreed between us and the council that the scheme is in deficit, so it cannot afford to do any more.
But then it's not policy compliant, because delivering a women's building is part of the SPD.
We are delivering the women's building, and there is an obligation within the section 106 to fit out that women's building as well.
I don't think that's delivery, but okay. Last point from me is on London living rent, and this has been discussed at many members' pre-app meetings. 80 to 90,000 pounds, which is what you have to earn to qualify for shared ownership property, is not affordable. So I think that the last time I went to a members' pre-app meeting, there seemed to be indications that you would go away, take that away, and come back with an offer, but there doesn't seem to be one here. Have you worked on that again?
Yeah, so as I was saying before, the scheme is in deficit, so we can't afford to do any changes and move shared ownership to London living rent. You know, changing to London living rent incurs a significant cost to us, and as a result of that, the whole benefits of our proposals would have to change. By doing shared ownership, we're able to deliver the 415 social rent homes. So we're unable to move that on that point.
I think for me that means it's not policy compliant on that point as well.
Okay. Can I just say that
yes.
Shared ownership is a recognised intermediate affordable product, so we are absolutely policy compliant and above policy on affordable housing.
Okay. Councillor North, shared ownership. You're an expert. You may have a question on something else.
I do have a question on something else. Thank you, Chair. Permeability of the site is a key concern for me. Again, it's something that I raised at a pre-app meeting in terms of securing those additional access points to the site to ensure that the development genuinely meshes in with the local community. I'm disappointed to see there hasn't been progress in terms of securing those additional two accesses, I think on the Bakersfield and Crayford sides. Can you tell me why no progress has been made on that?
Certainly. So but on both those sites, we are reliant on third parties agreeing to open up their sites. So what I would say, we've had productive discussions with Notting Hill Genesis around that, and we feel that there will be a connection to be had there. It's essentially a welded gate at the moment. There will be a way to open that and to work with Notting Hill Genesis to understand what access arrangements they want through that for their residents. On City of London, again, we are working with them to see what we can do to enable that. And as mentioned earlier, there are obligations on us to use best endeavours to make these happen. We want these connections to happen. We want to open this site up and bring people into the public spaces. So there's absolutely our endeavour to do that, and it's just being reliant on third parties, which, as you'll know, we don't have full control over, but we will continue on that endeavour.
So how long have you been discussing with City of London? Fair weather, say?
Sorry,
how long have you been having these discussions?
Since we've been speaking to them since acquisition of the site.
So that's, what, years?
Yeah,
and there's still no... Yeah. Sorry, couldn't there be some sort of heads of agreement or something? Or anyway.
Yeah, no, we would like there to be.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor North? Councillor Jackson's already asked questions. Councillor Williamson?
Yeah, I just want to ask about the report, and you have touched on it slightly, but the report did raise concerns about the site not reaching net carbon zero levels. I'm aware that I believe there's been a condition put forward, but basically what more can you do to help us or reach that target?
Yeah, of course, and I think, so as I mentioned, one of the things we did, which isn't a requirement, is a net zero carbon assessment, because we do want to make these, the most sustainable buildings that we can. And as part of that assessment, it looked at operational carbon and embodied carbon, and through that we were able to reduce screeds, expose ceilings in back of house areas like bike stores and bin stores to help reduce that amount of embodied carbon, and change refrigerant on air source heat pumps, so in improving the operational carbon. And then through recent discussion with officers, we've also been able to upgrade the PV panels as well to get more efficient use there to reduce the building costs, the building running costs. So that's what we've been able to find and do so far, which goes beyond policy. And what officers and ourselves are keen on is that we continue to test that over the years. This scheme will take a number of years to complete. We're aware that technologies will improve and things may become viable that aren't viable now. And that's why there's this obligation in the Section 106 that before we start each phase, we come back to officers to show this is what we're doing, to see where we can improve and go further. So, the door isn't shut on that. That's something that we will continue to do and strive to improve on as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Wayne.
Okay, a couple of questions from me. For the applicant, many of the objectors have spoken about the need for an integrated community. One way of achieving that would be for a mix of social rent tenants and market and shared market and social, let me rephrase it. One way of achieving that would be for a mix of social renters, market, owner-occupiers and shared ownership tenants to essentially share the same block rather than being in segregated blocks. Why have you chosen not to adopt that model?
So in our experience as a affordable housing provider, service charges are the utmost important to us. It's been mentioned tonight about costs of these homes, running costs. By separating tenures out, we can better manage the service charges and keep service charges to a minimum for our social rent tenants. So it's driven by that desire to keep costs as low as possible for our residents. What I would also say, though, is we've spoken about this tenants and residents facility that is open to all residents. So there is a cohesive and a way to integrate there. And also we have substantial public realm as well. We have a 1.4 acre park open to everyone. We have also other amenity spaces which are shared between tenures as well. So there are ways that people will integrate still on the site, and it's that balancing that against service charge, which is the balance we've got to on this.
Because a cynical person might say that a reason for separating out the blocks is so that you could provide a lower level of service to the social rent tenants. Is that part of your thinking?
No, it absolutely isn't.
And just going back to the 2.9 million, because this is something that really has only emerged in the last 24 hours. Let's say that the council come to the decision that we are not going to apply SIL money, and that, for example, that SIL money would be better spent in part assisting some of the neighbouring estates that have raised concerns about loss of amenity and the need to be compensated for the impacts of the new development. So we say, no, we're not going to pay the 2.9 million. What then?
Well, at that point, we don't have a decision notice, and it provides a further incentive to us to find funding to make the scheme happen. We are fully committed to delivering this development, to providing the 415 social rent homes. We will do all we can to find funding from somewhere to make that happen if Islington aren't prepared to use SIL on this matter.
Because presumably you're not prepared to wait years and years to find that 2.9 million. Ultimately, you'll have to pay it.
We will need to find funding from somewhere for this if SIL isn't available. We I hope you can tell from this evening, we want to get on and deliver these homes. You know, there's, as we all know, an affordable housing crisis. We want to deliver, and that condition provides an incentive to find funding for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, are councillors happy now to move on to deliberation? Sorry, Councillor Kay.
I just realised that I didn't get a reply on broadband or energy costs.
Wi-Fi broadband.
Yes, beg your pardon. Yes, all homes will have fibre broadband in as standard. In terms of utility costs, we've done an estimate through our consultants, and it works out to be roughly £57 a month at the moment for utilities.
And what about the cost for the broadband?
So the cost of the broadband will be through your internet provider who you choose to go with.
But you're putting in a fibre, so that's usually very expensive.
Correct, but you can go to the market to choose
So you're not going to,
who you
there's
use
going to
on
be
that.
no subsidy, no kind of community provision.
And so there will be, as it's conditioned, there will be public Wi-Fi in the park, there will be Wi-Fi in the residents and tenants lounge as well, but in terms of your individual home, the occupier will, you know, if they choose to have internet, they will go to their provider to get internet. You know, we are increasingly aware of people working at home and using internet. For us, it's very important that we provide a broadband fibre connection to all homes.
Okay. Right. So I think we're now going to move on to our deliberations. Areas where councillors may want to think of conditions or reasons for deferral would be possibly Wi-Fi, maybe not. Space for teenagers inside and out, and specific something on that. The running costs of the Women's Centre, the fit-out of the Women's Centre, how that is going to be organised. And there were a lot of concerns about social mix of the buildings, but I don't know if councillors are happy with the answers they heard. There's various areas. Would it be helpful if we went through various areas one by one, or would you like to just, what would councillors like to do? Are there any, there's a lot of, the objectors talked about the environment, there's the housing offer, there's the daylight, sunlight, the objectors talked to, of the houses around it. There's the Women's Centre, and then there may be other issues, but those are 5 main areas that I've written down to go through as a discussion. Would that work if we went through in that order? Or do you want to just give your opinions? Councillor Compray.
Do you know what, David?
Yes?
I've served on a planning committee for a long time.
Yes.
And we've had some big ones and
Yeah.
some complicated ones. And this is big and complicated. And it does feel to me like there's a lot of loose ends here.
Yes.
And ordinarily, we would say, oh, you know, it's only 8:30, let's knuckle down and add some conditions, let's tighten up this, let's delegate that to officers, and we end up with a decision. But this just feels to me just a bit too big, and it needs, I think, a bit more time. I think, I mean, hell, you've just listed out some of the areas which I think are unclear. I think we do need to hear a better assurance about how the mix of different tenures can work more effectively so they are more tenure blind. I think we do need to hear more certainty about the viability and the sensitivity there, because the difference between 3-ish million and 44 million is pretty big. I mean, 44 million is about 12% of the entire project cost. So that's a huge, huge gap. I have to say, like Nick, you know, hand on heart, I only clocked this 2.9 million figure yesterday, because that's when we learned about it. And the penny only really dropped for me about 6:20 this evening, when we had a little bit of a briefing about what's this 2.9 million. I'm a slow decision taker sometimes, and I'd like to think a bit more about that. And I'd like us to have the opportunity to be able to just scenario plan the what ifs, like what if the council doesn't want to just chuck 2 million. And to be perfectly honest, I'd like an answer to the question, that's the capital costs. How about the revenue? Where is that going to come from? Because what I don't want to do is give a planning permission for, well, it might not be a shell, a fitted out empty building without clarity about how it is then funded long term.
That's the Women's Centre, yeah?
Sorry?
The Women's Building.
Yeah, sorry, the
Yeah,
Women's
yeah,
Centre.
yeah.
That feels to me like there's just too much still in play here to make a decision this evening, and I would move to defer.
Okay, well, if we defer, we would need to say quite why we're deferring. But I'd like, what do any other? I mean, I've got a list of things which I can read again. I've added viability to it. But Councillor Jackson.
Again, I would probably be in the same position as a fellow councillor here. I'm not really happy with the light provision for especially young people, and I think there's scope here to be a little bit more. Give me something to know that's what's going to happen. Right now, it's just too vague. For such a great development, big, that would have lots of families, for us not to think of the young people, I don't know. Just, so I guess this is something the applicant can always bring back. And I'm sure they can, because I'm sure you've thought about it. So
two councillors saying, talking about deferral on grounds. What does any other council? I mean, if we're sort of the opinion generally we should defer, then we can make a list of the reasons why we would like to defer. Does that make sense? Sorry. Sorry. Would anybody else have an opinion on deferral, or would I like to do? The general issue of deferral, yeah, Councillor Carey.
I'm not going to disagree with my colleagues. I found what the applicant just said about the 2.9 million a little odd, if I'm honest, because I feel like we're being a little bit blackmailed as a council, to be honest, that we have to find this 2.9 million from the SIL. And SIL is the only thing that we have to fund improvements across the borough and in this area. There will be so many estates that don't have the facilities or the modernity that this one does. In my mind, that's where that investment should go. And Peabody said they were going to deliver a landmark women's building. That means they deliver it, not they rely on us to pay for it. I don't usually get claps. Yeah, on London living rent, I don't know, it just feels weird that this conversation keeps on going round and round. We know shared ownership isn't affordable. Maybe it once was, but property prices are such that it doesn't work. £90,000 is a huge income. And
so I'm going to remove Wi-Fi. That's okay. Are you happy with the Wi-Fi?
well, I personally, okay,
I'll keep the
all
Wi-Fi.
of this is, are they actually interested in community? To me, it feels like a private development with all of the bells and whistles that a private development normally has, and none of those extras that think about how you could bring people together. Fibre is really expensive.
Yeah.
It
No,
feels like they haven't even thought
Sorry,
about
I
it.
wasn't sure. Okay. Wi-Fi, space for teenagers, running costs of the Women's Centre, whether or not the whole thing is socially mixed, tenure blind, the viability, and London living rent. What's the percentage? Are those, sorry. Are there any other issues for which, I'm assuming councillors would all like to defer, is that a fair assumption? Yeah. Councillor North.
I would like to add the issue of access to the site onto that, because I'm not quite convinced by the applicant's answer.
So access to the neighbouring sites, like
yes. That you know, having had years of discussions, there's absolutely no progress been made towards achieving those. Thank you.
Yeah, to either one or the other or both. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's 7 issues on which we would... Any others from councillors? And is there any of those that I've included that actually most councillors are happy with? I mean, I don't want to cause... This is going to cause a huge amount of work for someone, which is good, but okay. Well, that's 7 issues. Now, I think you may need to... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, my thing was... honestly, I was very shocked to find out that of the properties facing Camden Road, Parkhurst Road, 93% of that will be affordable housing. and it's something I feel incredibly uncomfortable with. So
I mentioned, that's when I mentioned socially
if there is a way for the applicant
Yeah.
to go away and maybe look at that mix,
Tenure blind.
that tenure blind approach, which doesn't disproportionately, because there is only 42% or 60%. Either way you look at it, they are overrepresented in that Parkhurst Road, Camden Road, and kind of provision. Okay. And so if there's a way of going back and maybe looking at how we can be more fairer in that distribution, I'm sure I would welcome that. And to conclude, I would support a deferral at this stage.
I'm particularly grateful to councillors who are subs who are here, to be honest, because I'm afraid we're going to have exactly the same councillors again if we defer to another meeting. So I've now got those...
Could you read those out for
Sorry?
us? Could you just read them out?
I'm going to read them out, yes. And then I was going to ask advice from officers in case there's anything we should do prior to finally voting on a deferral on these grounds. So number 1 is Wi-Fi, broadband. Number 2, space for teenagers. Clarify that inside and out. Number 3 is the running costs of the Women's Centre and the fit-out of the Women's Centre. No? Are you happy, councillors? Number 4 is the social mix of the new houses. Number 5, viability, 2.9 million. Number 6, the London living rent, which was not quite clear. And number 7, the access to the neighbouring sites. Is there anything else that people... Yes?
Just within that, I'm still really unclear, and maybe it's my fault, but this residence lounge or residence facility, as it's now called, and we previously heard from the officers that it would be available 1 day a week to outside organisations, and the applicant said it would never be available to anyone who didn't live on the estate. They also asserted that there was no need for a community centre, so I'm not clear on any of that, but I'm pretty sure we do need a community facility, especially with 3,000 plus new residents.
Okay. So that's the residence facility. Okay. Is that okay with officers?
Size and location of the women's building.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. These, are councillors happy with that? And officers, I think, final comment from officers? Or, no? Is that something you can work with?
Yes, yes, of course, we'll sort of work with the applicants to address all of the issues that the committee's just raised.
I mean, planning, I should have said at the beginning, planning is a balance. You never quite get everything. You know, you have to balance priorities. Is that okay with the legal officer?
Yes, so this is for more information or to work with the applicant?
To more information, to work with the applicant. You've heard why we're not, the reasons why we're anxious. You can talk to us in the meanwhile, but we would like to come back and have answers to all these questions on which people are still unhappy despite all this work.
Movement.
Sorry, Penny.
You're going to vote on
Well, then we'll move to a vote, yeah.
Councillor Poyser,
Yes.
I would propose, subject to us being able to make sufficient progress on these issues, that we take this back to committee on the 8th of March.
Okay.
Because we have a full agenda for the next meeting of the planning committee, so
yeah.
The next
So
available
the
day.
proposal is we defer until the 8th of March. Would you like me to read that list again, or have you had it enough? What? You've got it? Okay. The proposal is we move until we defer until the 8th of March with, as far as possible, the same members of this planning committee, our decision on this proposal by the officers. Is that okay? Is that wording understood? Penny?
And include this list within that.
And including this list within that. I'll just read it. Shall I read it again?
No,
Okay.
I think you've read it out, but it will be included within.
Yes, on these grounds, on these 8 different reasons for deferral. These are why we would like to defer.
And these are and just to be clear, these are the only matters that will come back to that meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. These are the only matters that will come back to that meeting. Yes. Is that okay? So, all those in favour on this deferral? Please raise it. I think we need a show of hands for this. That's unanimous. Okay. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.